Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today we are here to conduct this CAPM exam prep course, and I suppose you have got some understanding what this certification is all about. Naturally, this has been organized by PMI Education Foundation through Project Management Training School, and I am going to be your instructor for this course. I'll be facilitating this session. PM Training School has been conducting many trainings for the last couple of years. We have been specifically focused at Australia, New Zealand, uh, Middle East, and even in America and Canada. We are having our online trainings going on all the time. This specific training, this is the first time we are having an exclusive training for Jordan, and this is a matter of pride for us. My name is Suhail Iqbal, and I have been attached to PM Training School since its inception, and I have been training on a number of certifications. I have got more than 25 years of teaching experience. I am teaching project, program, and portfolio management for last 25 years. Moreover, I do have 35 plus years of project and engineering experience. I'm a civil engineer by profession. I hold all the possible certifications from PMI. I am a trainer in all of them. And I am a co-author of one of the books on program management with my supervisor, Dr. Ginger Levin, and I hold Gary Crystal Award for year 2005 from PMI. I am a regular keynote speaker and Congress speaker with PMI. I have been reading a lot many papers there. But anyways, my bread and butter is teaching these trainings, and naturally, you're also part of this training now, and you will see how we go about it. Okay, before we can proceed ahead, let us have some introductions. First, think of one thing your team does well and one thing it struggles with, right? I'm not asking you your personal introduction right now. The very first thing is, as a team, let us assume that you all are part of a big team, and this team of Injaz, uh, just consider that is, what is one thing that you people struggle with and what do you do well? So your comments, please. You can speak one by one if you want. Yes, Tamara.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course I can.
Okay, first off, good morning, everyone. I think one thing we do well is communication. One thing we struggle with is maybe committing to deadlines, as we always leave everything to the last minute, one can say.
Okay, wonderful. Any other comments? As a team, what do you do well and what do you struggle with? One item each, just like Tamara has said. Osama?
Yes, good morning. I think our team that does well is structuring, let's say, or planning. Planning the little details to come up with the whole picture. And one thing that we struggle with, I think I believe it's time management.
Mm-hmm. Good, good. Anyone else who wants to contribute to this question? Abdul Rahman Nasir, do you have any comments?
One thing your team does well is effective communication. Struggles with it's considering every perceptions as well.
Okay, good, good. Okay, I suppose we have got some of the answers on that question. Now let us get to the introductions of each one of them. Please tell us your name, as I already know them, but it would be good if you can tell us your name, where are you from, what do you do in your organization, and what is your motivation for going for this certification. So starting from, let's take it up in alphabetical order. So again, Abdul Rahman, can you tell about yourself?
Okay, I'm Abdul Rahman Nasir. I worked with the Islamic Relief Worldwide in Livelihood and Food Security Department. About my team, about our team, two things. We are have a same characteristic, and another things. We have the same goals.
Wonderful, wonderful. And then we have Ahmad Bani.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
First, I would like to thank you for providing this training. I'm Ahmad. I'm working with Mercy Corps. Two things that I would love to tell about our team, that we have a harmony between our team, and second thing, that we are dealing with a lot of partners, so we establish a clear communication channel between us and them, and define a good rule, and that help us to have a well communication and a clear rule between us.
Wonderful, wonderful. Then we have Anis.
Hello, good morning, everyone. This is Anis Abode. I'm from Jordan, working with Injaz. And all right, there's many things that we have in our team, but first one, let's say, like, we can feel each other, and everyone loves to help each other also. And this is my point. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Christine.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Christine. I'm working with the FinChurch Aid as communications assistant. Two things I can tell about our team is the harmony we have, and the second one, we share the same values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dana?
Good morning, everyone. This is Dana Shilhi, working with Injaz as a project manager. My motivation to take this course is to enhance my skills and my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Ikram Ahmed.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Ikram Ahmad. I'm working with Injaz, part of Lazard Fellowship. My motivation to have this training is because it would be great to wrap up everything that we had in our year, since we are toward the end of the year, with such an comprehensive project management training with such organization. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Mariana Asad.
Yes, good morning, everyone. So my name is Mariana Asad. I work in Injaz as a part of Lazard Fellowship, and my motivation to join this course to improve my background and my knowledge about the project management.
Thank you. Next, we have Moza.
Hello, good morning. My name is Musa Badran. I work with Injaz as part from the fellowship Lizard. So also I work as a meal assistant. And the thing that we love in our team that we share the same values, as Christine said, and we know each other's skills. So we know how to manage the tasks between us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Osama almost.
Yes, my name is Osama. I work at Liwan Youth Space as a project assistant. And there's a thing that my team at work specialize at is healthy communication. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. After Osama, we have got Tamara.
Hi, so I've already answered the question, but my name is Tamara. I work with Injaz, and as part of the fellowship, I work with Word Child as a project assistant. I've always been interested in project management, and I'm grateful to have this chance to learn more about it professionally.
Wonderful, wonderful. Next, we have Tariq Al-Kasi.
Good morning, all. I'm Tariq. I'm working at Injaz as project manager. We work in Injaz and we fueled by passion. We share the same vision to inspire youth. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Last is Thuria.
Suraya, yes. Good morning. I'm also project manager for Lizard Fellowship Program at Injaz. One thing for our team, it's, I think, the passion that encourages us to work on our projects. Thank you.
Wonderful. I think Sarah is also trying to join, but she dropped off again. I suppose she'll be joining soon because I just saw her joining. Anyways, she could not join. I will continue, and as soon as Sarah joins, we will ask her to introduce herself as well. So let us move ahead. We have got the introductions. You know me and I know you. So let us move on with our session. Okay. So what do you think? What is a project? Anyone who wants to contribute to this, all of you are somehow related with project management with varying experiences. So I suppose you can all define what do you think a project is. Anyone? Yes, most.
Okay, I think that the project is, let's say, a bunch of programs, and it has starts and ends, and we need to manage it and to get the best result of the programs.
Good. Okay, yeah. Very nice. So the important point from you is that a project starts somewhere and ends somewhere. Tamara, what do you think?
I think a project is involves a set of tasks that a team does together in order to achieve certain objectives or certain goals.
Right. So there are objectives and there are working together. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, Osama?
Yes, I was trying to say the same thing Tamara said. It's a set of objectives that that are set to be accomplished in a fixed period of time.
Okay. Right. Okay, I'll take a break here because we have got Sarah joining us and Hani joining us. So let me get a little introduction from Hani and Sarah. First, Hani, can you kindly introduce yourself a bit?
Hello, I am Ahmed Abu Rumman. I am working with Mercy Corps as Outreach and Coordination Assistant, and I am here because I am because improve my knowledge about project management.
Wonderful. And Sarah. Sarah, you are not very late. It is very fine that you joined. So please introduce yourself.
No, thank you, Suhail, for arranging this interesting session. First of all, my name is Sarah Isa. I'm a fellow at Injaz, currently placed as a digital engagement fellow at UNRWA. And I'm so happy to be here with you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, back to the question we were asking. What is our project, right? And we got some answers. Let us elaborate on that. What really is our project? Yes, I agree with you that a project has a starting and an end, and it is a teamwork. We have an objective, but what do we produce out of a project? What we get out of a project? What is the result of a project? Yes, anyone? I think nobody touched specifically this point. Dana, can you add on that?
Yes, it produces a specific outcome.
Typical outcome, very good, very good. And Christine?
Yes, project management, I think it is like leading a set of activities with specific objectives during a timeline. So we
Exactly.
ensure everything is okay, like from the budget, from the timeline, from the target groups we're targeting.
Exactly. And your ultimate output, ultimate outcome, that is either a deliverable or a product, service, or a result. Something comes out of a project, definitely, right? Okay, fine. We will stick to the PMI's definition anyways. What do you understand by project management? I know this looks very similar, that you have defined the project, and managing a project should be called a project management. But let us hear from you. What do you think is project management? Anyone? Dana?
It's the practice of applying our skills and knowledge to the project activities to meet our requirements.
Very good, very good. And Abdul Rahman?
Project management process of a planning, organizing to implement a project or tasks we will plan or for this project.
Right, right. Yes, of course, you are very right. Project management is naturally, the way you are explaining it is like, you are trying to define the process groups. Look, you plan, you do this, you do that. But, a better definition is, which was given earlier, that is a set of skills, processes, and all put together to accomplish the work of the project, right? And as far as the PMI is concerned, I hope PMI, you all are aware about. PMI Education Foundation has organized this training. PMI is Project Management Institute, based in USA. It is a global organization founded in 1969, and they developed the standards for project, program, and portfolio management, and many others. Their base standard is a guide to the project management body of knowledge, which is the basic guide which we are going to be following. As far as the CAPM is concerned, we are going to talk about this. What is this credential and how can you achieve that? What makes this course different and what is the problem? So let us move on one by one. Let's have a little look at the larger look at the whole content. We are going to cover this course in these 12 modules. Session 1, probably we would be able to do the first 4 sessions today. That is becoming a certified associate in project management. So introduction about CAPM and how you can become a CAPM. Then a little talk about the project environment and value delivery. Then in session 3, we'll be talking about organizing for project performance. 4 is about development approaches and life cycle performance domain. I'm not really sure that we will be able to complete 4 sessions per day for 3 days, but as it looks like, we will be trying to following this plan. 5, 6, 7, and 8. These are the next 4 sessions for the next class. It will include session 5 for planning, project work and delivery in predictive methodology, session 6 for project work and delivery, session for planning, project work and delivery in adaptive approaches. Actually, we are going to be talking about 2 different methods, the predictive method and the agile or adaptive method, right? So from session 7, we will be talking about adaptive. Section 8 is also about adaptive frameworks. We'll give you an overview on that. Then we have got the third day, which is session 9, 10, 11, and 12. Session 9 would be about measurement, tracking, and managing uncertainties. So we are going to be talking about risk management and all issues and all that. Session 10 is about business analysis frameworks. Session 11, business analysis domains. And the last session would be putting it all together. And to conclude, I will have an additional session for conclusion, a very short one, just to conclude everything. So that is how we are going to go about it. The session logistics, we have got a lot of material, but you see, as I was told, this material had to be provided to you directly by PMI, and I suppose they have already provided you some material on CAPM. Have they or have they not? Yes, please, anyone?
Can you repeat your question, please?
Have you received some material from PMI Education Foundation or PMI for this course?
No, we didn't.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the first time.
I was contacted by Dr. Faz just immediately before this class, and I was asked to tell you that you have to request them to provide the training material, slides, and everything, and they will provide you directly because they promised it so. Okay.
I will check with Tim again, Suhail. He did not send the material yet. So
Right.
I will send, I'm sending him an email now to provide the participant with the needed material.
Yeah. It's not Dr. Faz who is going to provide you. It is PMI. PMI will provide you directly, right?
Okay.
So, okay, let's move ahead. We have got someone new in the class. Who was it? Taima. Taima, can you introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Taima from Jordan. I'm Lazar Fellow from Injaz.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Now, I suppose Ikram also already introduced herself and then she got disconnected and again connected, so that is fine. We already have had the introductions. I suppose, Taima, are you joining from a different account as well? Taima, are you joining from another account as well?
Yes, I'm trying to join from my laptop, but there is a problem. Wait,
No problem.
join.
You're right. Yeah.
I'm joining now.
Okay, wonderful.
Being
Okay.
recorded. Okay.
As far as this course is concerned, this is kind of a glossary in front of you. I mean, the guideline, how various symbols will be indicated. Like you can see, there are several symbols on top. Like, if there is an exclamation mark on the left-hand side of a slide, the left bottom, that would indicate that this slide is important. If there is this sign of a finger, pressing a button kind of a thing, this is that we are supposed to be interactive in this slide, and I would appreciate if you could, discuss, you could interact with me during that slide. If you see scales on the bottom left corner, that means that this is about using the expert judgment, right? Your experiences are what. So in this slide, we are discussing some kind of expert judgment. If we are discussing some kind of tool or technique for project management, this spanner would be on the bottom left corner of the slide. A question mark will indicate that there is a question on the slide. These bubbles, discussion bubble, if that sign is there, that means we need to talk about it. We need to have a group discussion on that. And if you are supposed to take a note of something, that is again something important which you should not jot down somewhere, then we will have this sign. Moreover, if there is a kind of orange bold character on the slide, that means if I will click on that, I would display the description of that item. Like project management, as it is written here, I would be able to show you the definition of project management on that slide, right? So this is the basic guideline of how these various symbols will work here. Before we get started, naturally, we understand it is a very long session and we need to have frequent breaks. So although we can, although we can have breaks as per our convenience, but you see, if you can tell me how frequently you want to have the breaks, naturally, if we have got 8 hours, we can have kind of 4 breaks, 1 long break and 2 short breaks, or whatever you suggest. I am all game for you. I would invite you to ask a lot of questions. If you have any problem, raise your hand and just ask the question. Don't wait for me to finish off, right? I don't mind that at all. We always start on time as we did today. No problem if somebody was a little late or something, but yes, we will follow the time. Take lots of notes whenever we are discussing all that. Please keep ready your notepad and your pen, and you keep jotting down important points. Keep an open mind. Please don't come in the class with a closed mind, because you will block your learning if you're not sitting here with an open mind. I would strongly suggest that you can keep your camera on, but naturally, I do understand that some people may not like to keep their cameras on. I don't mind that, but it is preferable that if your cameras are on, because it is a big class. I would like to see who is doing what and who is really receptive to what we are talking about. So naturally, I would request you, if you can, please keep your cameras on. Help each other out. If you see somebody is kind of lagging behind, absent for some time and things like that, because you are from the same organization, probably you can help each other out to catch up, because naturally it may not be possible to go back and start teaching the same thing again and again, although I don't mind that, but yes. As far as questions are concerned, I don't treat them as distraction, but you see, all other kinds of distractions, like you are getting up and going away and not listening, and somebody is talking behind you, I would suggest that you keep your mic off until you want to speak, right? So that way, the noise in your background will not disturb the class, right? So these are the general guidelines for the class, and let us move on. And right. Okay. So are you really ready for this? We have spent the introductory time now. So if you want to say something before I can give you the overview of the project management, please go ahead. Anyone? Okay.
It's clear. Thank you. Go ahead.
Those of you who have not yet started their cameras, I suppose you people can try that out. I would be able to see you, and it would be better interaction that way, right? But at the same time, I also understand some of the people, like some of the ladies may not like to show their face. I don't mind that, but at least male people, all of them must show their face. Right. So thank you very much, and let us start with the very first session, overview of project management. As you understand, as you have already explained what a project is, so what are the projects in real world? Just a moment. Okay. Tell me, is a homework assignment a project? Anyone who wants to contribute? Is a homework assignment a project?
No, it's not.
Yes or no?
No.
Tamara?
I think it could be a project.
It could be a project. Okay.
Yeah, it's a small project.
Okay. Downloading a playlist. Is it a project? Abdurrahman?
I think yes, because you have to planning to manage for this task, because at the end it's a task at the end.
Okay. Okay. And what about package delivery on a company route? Yes, Mausa?
Well, I think that this is a program from a project, because there's many of the deliveries tasks that need to be delivered. So it must be a program from a project, I think. The project is gonna be the whole, let's say, the whole circle of it. It's like a circle that has lots of programs.
Sarah, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. But it's a step. It's one of the steps of the whole program, or the whole project. Sorry.
Okay. Anyone? Dana? Dana, are you with a different opinion?
No, it's the same. I think it's not a project, but it's like an activity or a task.
Okay. Right. It is not a project, but you say it is a task. Do you mean to say that this is some kind of a non-project kind of, because activities are there in a project, right? Do you mean to say that this is not a project and this is something else, like, let me call it an operation?
No, I mean, yeah, it's a routine task or operational, yes, activity.
Exactly. I like that answer, because those of you who are saying that this is a program is something bigger than a project. And when you understand the definition of project, you will see that the routine activity we do is never a project. A routine activity, what we do, is never a project. So package delivery is a routine activity on a company route. That cannot be a project. And from my perspective, downloading a playlist is also not really a project. But homework assignment, because yes, it is a one-time assignment, it's a unique thing. It is something you have to accomplish within a specific period of time. It starts at some time, ends at some time, you deliver something at the end of it. Yes, it is. Homework assignment is definitely a project. Do you agree with me? Okay, so let me once again define. I don't think there is you can consult the a guide to project management body of knowledge for the exact definition. But you see, the characteristic of a project is that a project is a temporary endeavor. Temporary endeavor. Can anyone, translate that? What is a temporary endeavor? There are two words, temporary and endeavor. So project is something which is not something we do usually. It has to end somewhere. It is a temporary thing. I'm doing that for some time, and when it is done, I may not do it again, right? So therefore it is not an operation. So how do you mean by temporary endeavor?
Sorry, what's the second word again? I don't get it.
Endeavor.
Endeavor, okay.
Endeavor means you will have to put in some effort to do something. There is something which you don't know how to do it, and you're trying to do something unique, something new, right? And you may not be sure whether you'll be succeeding in it or not. So there is an element of uncertainty. So I will try to endeavor for that, but I may or may not be able to achieve it. So when you start a project, you're not really sure that this is achievable or it is not. And it is unique. It is something, it is unique. You have to experiment on that. And maybe you succeed and maybe you don't succeed. So there is an element of uncertainty in it. So this is a temporary endeavor, right? A project is a temporary endeavor as compared to an operation, which is kind of routine work. You exactly know what you have to do when you get to your office. What is the process of doing something? That's a routine job, and there is not much of risk in it. It is pretty much laid down, right? But projects are those challenges you take up every day, which you don't know how to go about it, and then you find a way out. You invent your way out, and you experiment with it. And once you are successful, that will give you certain results, right? So the result could be a product, service, a result. It could be deliverable. It could be an outcome. It could be an output, right? So all of these things could be the result of a project. Now, I also asked you what is project management. So project management is a set of, is a knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques you use to do the project work, right? So you see, the interesting part is, and project work, when I say project work, I mean only the project work. You cannot use the knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques of project management on a non-project work. This is a specific skill which can only be used on the project activities. When you're dealing with a unique situation, only then you will invoke the project experience. So therefore, I would say operational experience is very different from the project experience. Yes, Tariq, but you're raising a hand.
Thank you, Suhail. Just to keep you informed that the kit has been added to the PMI profile library for each student, so you can find the material at your PMI profile.
Wonderful, wonderful. Everybody, have you noted that? On your PMI profile, you can access all the material you need, right? Good. Tamara, you wanted to say something?
Yes, can I ask you please to repeat your last point or clarify about having specific experience because I didn't get it.
Okay, I was talking about that. You see, you need 4 things for project management. Number 1, you need to have a knowledge of project management. So, okay, and then you need to have some experience in project management. Then you need to have certain tools to perform project management. And then you need to have certain techniques which can be employed in project management. Now, I know you all are project managers with varying experiences, but if I ask you, have you been formally educated in the discipline of project management before? What would be your answer? Most of the project managers in the field may not have had any training in project management. If you are a telecom engineer, probably you had training in telecommunication or whatever your field of study was. But as such, we start acting as project managers. We start performing the duties of project managers, but we may not ever had a formal knowledge in project management, right? So this is the gap. We have to have some kind of training, some kind of knowledge acquired as far as the latest trends in project management is concerned. And I must congratulate you that with PMI, you have that door open to you. The door of knowledge is now open to you. Whatever is latest in the project management, all the terminology, all the skills and everything is now available in the PMBOK. A guide to the project management body of knowledge is the comprehensive guide to project management. So you can always refer back to that for your knowledge. Second thing was, you have learned your knowledge, you attended a training course or something on project management, but after having attended that, have you applied that knowledge in the field? That would count towards your experience or what I call your skills. That would be your skills, right? Why I'm saying that, you may be doing project management all the time, but after having learned the new skills, you have not applied them so far because previously you didn't know about them. Now you know about them, and now you need to have some experience, some skills acquired in that area. Third thing is tools. Do you use some kind of tools for project management? Can you name a tool? Anyone?
Maybe I can.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's actually a tool, but for example, a task sheet.
Okay. I suppose this is a very good answer. Anyone else?
I usually use the keynote, which is the checklist thing to prioritize everything.
Exactly. So unlike a carpenter or a builder, we don't have hard tools as they have, but we have soft tools like we make diagrams, we make some kind of a chart. These kind of tools could be used here. Musa, you want to say something?
Yes, I think we can use the track sheet also for the project.
Exactly, scheduling, schedule and all that. I'm happy somebody has not said MS project. Why?
I mean, yeah,
Yes.
the advanced people in the community that I'm working at using Excel to like prioritize things. Yeah. But me personally, I don't.
Actually, that is a tool, but that is a very comprehensive
Yeah.
and a complicated tool. It is actually composed of several tools within, right? So some people think that the only tool in the world which is possible is MS Project or Primavera or something like that. I don't really like that because there are other tools as well. Yes, Dana?
The risk assessment matrix, for example.
I couldn't get you. Please say it again.
A risk assessment matrix.
Exactly. So yes, that shows me that you people know a lot about project management. You have already studied some of the things from a guide to project and body of knowledge. Very good. Musa? Musa, you wanted to say something? I'm sorry if I could not, see your raised hand at some time because you are so many, I cannot see all of them. Musa, did you want to say something? Okay, timer.
Suhail, I'm sorry, but I want to clarify something. We are not project managers.
Okay, does not matter. But
Yes.
all your in your whatever you're doing, you're always involved in some kind of challenges, some kinds of
That's
experiments.
sure. We're just a junior. Yes.
Some are very short decisions, some are like extended to weeks and months. So those are your projects, right? So any um, you know unique set of activities which you're doing for some kind of research or experimentation, and that will yield some kind of result. And naturally, whatever the result is, you are going to adopt that in your normal operations. So you may not have a title of a project manager, but in a way, you all are performing as a project manager, right? But you see, you who are formally, there are many of you who introduce themselves as project managers. So they are the formal project managers. They have a role of project manager. They have an assigned project to them. So yes, of course, they can relate to that. But I want all those who are coming from other areas to also consider that they are also dealing with projects all the time. Okay. So I was talking about the skills, knowledge and skills and tools, right? And, well, if you have named a tool like, the risk assessment matrix or something like that, do you really understand? You know the tool. Do you really understand how to use that tool? That would be your technique. For example, you have to do SWOT analysis. Everybody knows what a SWOT analysis looks like, but what are the real steps? Actually, first you will do this, then that. So that is the technique you must know. So if you just pick up a tool from somewhere which you don't really understand, and you try to apply that, you may not achieve the desired results. So you should understand that technique as well. So there are 4 things: knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques. They all put together on and onto the project activities as if the requirements of the projects could be met, meaning we are focused on achieving the target, right? To achieve the target of the project, whatever actions we take, on those actions, we apply our project management knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques. I suppose that explains what is project management. Got it? Good. Moving on. Next, we have who is PMI and what is PMI for that matter. PMI, as you understand, you all know that you all have a membership of PMI and you can now access your course material from there. So you are not really stranger to PMI. PMI is Project Management Institute, as I told you. This is a leading professional association for project management. Globally, this is the largest organization dealing with project management. Largest organization. Rather, I would say you can even compare it with the large organizations of engineers and doctors and all. This is the largest of all of them. Why? Because we have doctors, we have engineers, we have architects, everybody is a project manager. So everybody becomes a member of PMI, and therefore we have the largest body ever in the world globally. And the authority for growing global community of millions of project professionals and individuals who use project management skills. And they keep, and good thing about PMI is they keep providing you the latest knowledge, latest skills, latest techniques, and all the time you are updated with it, right? So you will be on the cutting edge of the technology all the time. Okay, moving on to the next part, that is Certified Associate in Project Management certification. What is this certification? I would say CAPM is the junior most certification in the series of, I think there are more than 18 or 20 certifications with PMI, right? So this is the junior most certification, and that is for Certified Associate in Project Management. Now, a Certified Associate is kind of an assistant to a project manager. This is the internee. This is the person who is working under a project manager who can assist the project manager in one way or the other. So all the knowledge what project manager should have, the same knowledge base you are going to be taught, but naturally not in a very more in a theoretical manner rather than in a practical manner, because project manager has more experience, and project manager knowledge is based on scenarios and experience. A CAPM is expected not to have a lot of experience and just some knowledge, a little bit of knowledge about things, and therefore we don't expect you to be master of the project management. So naturally, CAPM is a entry-level certification. Naturally, when you all have done your CAPM, you can always go for PM. But most of you who are already project managers for quite some time and have a lot of experience, I suppose they can directly jump to the PMP certification. That is the Project Management Professional certification. I'll talk about that later, but so far we are talking about the CAPM. This is an essential step in building a career as a project manager. Rather, I would say this is the first step in that direction. It can also aid you in pursuing many of our major certifications. Once you have done CAPM, you can go for PMP, maybe for risk management professional, maybe later for scheduling professional, maybe the business analysis, maybe lot many certifications. And they all are related, but this is the bottom. This is the base. If you do this, then you will learn about other things, and maybe in future you move towards other certifications. As I told you, I hold all the PMI certifications, right? From the junior most level CAPM to the highest level, right? So maybe you are interested in doing exactly the same thing. There are many people who followed my suit, and they have got a number of certifications from PMI with their name. So you can also have these certifications written in front of your name. Why earn your CAPM certification? Well, this is a large number of people, large number of professionals worldwide who are going for it. Because this is easiest, simplest, and the very basic certification. So 90 million people are interested in it. Project professionals currently employed in industries across the world. Out of those 90 million, what do you think how many would be, very experienced, or how would be, like learning their ropes? Maybe 50% or 60%, 80% of that, they may be qualified to go for CAPM. So yes, of course, out of these people, you stand a good chance. 25 million, these are the new project professionals needed to meet global talent. So actually, we are targeting those 25 million for CAPM. 25 million people worldwide are entering the project professional all the time, right? So these are the people who probably would be interested in CAPM. Now, question is, are you eligible for that? The answer is very simple. Probably this is the easiest entry requirement which is there for any certification. You don't even have to be a graduate. Minimum qualification is that you should have a high school diploma, right? Or a global equivalent, right? So if you are a graduate, if you are a master's or something like that, that is a cherry on top, right? Otherwise, if you are simply a high school diploma holder, that is sufficient requirement. Secondly, you should have attended a training of 23 hours of project management education, which I am providing you right now. In these 3 days, you will have this requirement fulfilled, right? So with these 2 requirements, you are all set to go. You can go for your CAPM exam. In your exam, you will have 150 questions and you have to attempt them in 3 hours, right? So yes, it is going to be a lengthy exam, but naturally 3 hours is not that lengthy. The other exams from PMI are like 4 hours. Like PMP is a 4-hour exam. I think 3 hours we are in, in our normal education system, we do have these kinds of exams which are 3 hours long. But the thing which is different is that these all are objective type questions, right? So they're not descriptive questions. So in a way, this is good. And in a way, this is also very difficult sometimes, because you see, you have to take the right answer. But you will not be asked very critical questions, not very advanced questions. This is all about the fundamentals of project management and the role of project manager. You don't need to be an expert of the whole guide to the project management body of knowledge. You don't need to mug it all up. But basic fundamentals, how things happen, what is project management, what is the role of a project manager, how does the things happen in project management, generally on a very low level understanding. Yes, if you have that, you can go for it. You must understand the environment in which the project operates. Project management environment. You see, actually what happens is that when you are conducting a project, there are forces influencing the project. They could be internal or they could be external, right? There could be some kind of a regulation, some company policy, cultural style requirement. So these are the environment in which the project management happens. So we have to understand that environment and we have to take that into account. And then one thing is very important. We all talked about when we were talking about the project, we said we do this. But all what you do in project is to be integrated. There is a discipline called project integration management. So whatever you're doing in developing the schedule and developing the estimate and developing this and that, risk management and this management and that management, that all has to be integrated into our overall project management plan. So integration is also very important, because without integration, you won't have a schedule. You won't have a baseline. And then we have the key areas which you have to really focus on, like the scope of the project is very important. Without understanding the scope of the project, you can't go on estimating the schedule, our cost, our resources, our quality and all that. So all of these things are really very important for you. And then naturally, project procurement, communication, stakeholder, and risk management, they are also areas in which you have to have a bit of understanding. Okay. Okay, before I can start with the next step and talk about the project management fundamentals and core concept, if you have any questions till now, we have spent 1 hour, so let's have a little question answer session. Yes, please, Tariq.
Hi, good. Just want to know that everyone get the material. Anyone did not get the material, just inform me to provide him with the material. Okay.
Everybody got that?
Okay,
If
we
you get
can
back,
maybe we can
yes, please.
yeah, maybe we can check that on the first break.
Yeah. And the first break, you can check the material, and if anyone the material did not upload their application or just inform me. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'll give you a little break as if you can go and check for that. It will be a short break. Let's have a 10-minute break as if we can get back early and then we can start moving towards the other things, right? So let us have a 10-minute break from now on. Let me switch on the timer for you. This is 10 minutes, starts now. See you after 10 minutes. डाल दोगे मुझे फिर बाद में? डाल दोगे? That's way. Okay, I'm back. Are you guys there? Okay. If everybody's there, should I start?
Ye-
Okay.
Yes, we are here. But Suhail, I have a question. Can I ask you?
Sure, sure, sure.
All right. So, like since the break, I just want to start looking for the material that's on the app, but I can't find it. So if you can please provide us where we can find it.
Uh, I don't know. You should ask Tariq because I don't know where it is placed and how it is placed.
You can find it in the library in your account, PMI account.
Okay, so it's in the
I will check
library,
with you.
right?
Yeah.
All right.
Uploaded.
you.
It's uploaded in the library. Just you find the library at your account. You will find the material. I will talk with you, Anis, in separate. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So let's move on. Project management fundamentals and core concepts. So this is what we are going to do. Demonstrate an understanding of the various project life cycles and processes. So you will be made aware of how are we going to do a project, what could be a life cycle of a project, what could be different methodologies by which we can conduct a project, and what could be different approaches. So demonstrate an understanding on that. This is what one thing is which is going to be tested in the exam. Then demonstrate an understanding of the project management planning. The whole planning thing, all the knowledge areas, scope planning, schedule planning, cost planning, everything. There are about 10 knowledge areas. All of them have to be planned together, and then the whole plan has to be integrated into a project management plan. So that part you have to demonstrate that you can do that. You can create a project management plan, including all these subsidiary plans. Then demonstrate an understanding of project roles and responsibilities. And that is where we touch upon the softer side of the thing. Or you can say, these are the project skills. These are the soft skills. Or, in other words, we also call them power skills. That is leadership, negotiation, like conflict management, empathy, emotional intelligence, and all of that applies to project management, your team or yourself, the skills you will have in managing the project and in dealing with people, like your stakeholders, like your sponsors, like your team members, forming the team and all. This knowledge is your project management roles and responsibilities. Then we have determine how to follow and execute planned strategies or frameworks. Now, once you have planned everything, written down into a project management plan, that is not enough. You have to execute them. And how do you, execute what you have planned, and how do you monitor and control, and do your course correction. That is exactly what is mentioned here. Then is demonstrate an understanding of common problem-solving tools and techniques. And that is usually during the monitoring and control, where you are faced with a problem, some risk surfaces, some issue arises. How do you deal with it, right? So problem-solving skills, tools, and techniques would be required for that. So this all will be covered in lesson number 2, 3, and 4, all of this, right? So we will be talking about those things. Okay, fine. Moving on. Okay, the traditional way of managing projects is generally called a waterfall model. You might have heard about waterfall model. Anyone who have never heard about a waterfall model? It is technically it is called a predictive or plan-based methodology, right? Predictive or plan-based methodology. Normally, this is how we do our project. That is, we already know what we need to do. We have a target in mind, and all the details are available, and we plan thoroughly, create a very comprehensive plan, spend some time in that, and once we have done that, we get it approved from the authorities, and once it is approved, then we generally do not allow things to change because they have been approved by someone, they have been baseline, and we want to follow the plan. There is very little room for bringing the change in the already prepared plan. And if at all we do have to bring any change in it, although it is allowed, there is a very strict procedure, a bureaucratic procedure in which, you have to move the change request, somebody has to approve it, some people will sit down and decide whether it should be approved or it should not be approved, and what are the things which are going to be, affected by that and all. So it's a very lengthy procedure. So in predictive project management or this methodology, we will have a very bureaucratic system, but this is a traditional system which we are in habit of using normally on projects, right? Can you relate with this method? Yes, please, anyone? Can you relate with this method, predictive or waterfall? Heard about it? Ahmed?
Well, I believe if you can give us an example, it would be clearer for us to understand.
Actually, you give me the example of our project you are doing, and I can assure you, you are doing it in a predictive manner. I know that. So tell me, what project are you going through? And how are you doing it? I'll explain that.
Okay, like we're working on a research project, and
On a research project, right?
yes,
So
and
you have the
yeah.
objectives of the research in front of you. Somebody gave you the requirement.
Yes, we have the guidelines and requirements for the projects
Okay.
given by our supervision, and we try our best to keep up with these guidelines and to stick with the and to achieve every objective and accomplish every task properly.
So in a way, you can say that the requirements of that project are given in that. Actually, guideline is not a very good word for that, because guideline are standard operating procedures. These are more of operational terms. These are not project terms. That guidelines are kind of repetitive and things like that. And actually, project has a unique requirement. So every project could have a different requirement. There is not a standard guideline or a standard operating procedure. So the unique requirements, I would not like to call them the guidelines, but I do understand, I do agree that within the project that may behave like a guideline, but yes, there are requirements given to you in some form of document, right? And you are going to follow that document. So what do you think these requirements, will they often change, or you are trying to make sure that all the requirements are captured right now?
Yeah, yes, they do change. They might change, and but the most important thing I believe is to achieve all these requirements and to yeah, and to keep up intact when it comes to these requirements.
Exactly. That is my point. That although I said change is allowed, naturally some anything can happen. Any new
Yes.
requirement may have to be added to the set of requirements you already have. But when you are gathering the requirement for the first time, all the requirements for the first time, you try to make sure that there is nothing left, nothing more is required at that point in time. Do you agree with me? You try to capture as many requirements as possible in the beginning, because then you will plan around that, isn't it?
Exactly.
Okay. Can you guys see me? I can't see myself. Okay.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Can you see me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can see
Yeah.
you. Yes.
Fine. Okay. So what I was saying is that in a predictive project, we have almost all the requirements gathered in the beginning. Some of the doubts may remain, but most of the requirements, we plan around them. We make a thorough plan, a detailed plan before we start the project, right? Before we execute the project. But I do understand, agree that during the life of the project, there might be small little changes. Some changes could be originating even from within the project, sometimes from the customer, sometimes from the other stakeholders, but we don't really like these changes because we have very thoroughly planned everything, and we do understand that even a smallest of change may need us to revise the whole thing. You understand that? This way of thinking or this way of doing the work is a predictive plan-based methodology. Get it? I will introduce you to other methodology also, but right now, let us be very clear about the traditional method that is a predictive plan-based methodology, meaning everything is based on the plan. We try to plan everything upfront, and once we have a comprehensive plan ready, approved, and only then we launch ourselves into the execution of the project, right? And then we don't like changes. We don't really like changes, although there may be changes, we may have to accommodate some of them, but as a principle, we don't like changes at all, right? Can you relate to this scenario?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Right. So what do we have here? Explain when it's appropriate to use a predictive plan-based approach. So this kind of approach you are using right now, if you're using a different method, please let me know. Although I know there are other methods available, but do you do things in any different way? Or you are doing everything, every project this way?
Could I add, please?
Sure.
Yeah, like in the beginning of the project, we make a pilot. This pilot project give us more insight about the project, and we do risk management, and we try to make adaptive adapt to the plan to mitigate this risk. Also, there is like something that we cannot expect, like delays in government approval for our project. So based on our project that we are implementing right now, we are like, we have some pauses and we are dealing with it. So there is a lot of change happened during the implementation.
Yes.
So I think we are not following this methodologies. So.
Okay, no, actually, this is what you would be following, because those changes you don't like, those changes which are coming from the various sectors, after you have planned everything, do you like those changes? Do you appreciate those changes? You don't want to have those changes, do you?
Yeah.
But still, when you are faced with that problem, you will have to do something about it. You have to amend your plan, but you're forced to do something. So you are still doing a predictive approach. I will introduce the agile or adaptive approach later, in which you welcome change all the time. You say, no problem at all. We don't plan anything. We just change everything on the run. That is a completely different way of doing it, right? So right now, we are talking about a predictive. Tamara, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to answer the question, like when you said, are there any methodologies or approaches that we sometimes use? So I wanted to say, like, sometimes we handle projects that are not completely understood yet, or that are very, let's say, like they could be changed at any minute, or we don't quite understand them well. So at that point, when you are planning on how to handle the project, you want to be flexible, and you want to adapt to everything that's happening as it's happening, because you don't have the full image yet. And that's something that I quite experience sometimes at work.
Yes, you are very right. You are from which, discipline? Are you dealing with IT or something?
I'm sorry, again?
Do you deal with the computers, IT, something like that?
Computers? No, not really. I mean, I work as a project assistant, and sometimes we handle projects that are not completely clear yet. So when planning, we plan to be flexible.
I really like your answer, because you see, yes, there are circumstances where nothing is certain, and you have to be highly flexible. You have to change your plans very quickly and on a very fast pace. So, well, we need a different kind of approach there. This approach, predictive approach, is kind of restrictive for that. Although we can live with it, we can do a project still in a predictive way, but it will not accommodate a lot of flexibility, as Tamara was saying. Yes, if the requirements are not very clear, if the scope is not very clear, we need to use a different approach. But anyways, if your scope of the project is pretty clear, although little bit changes are likely to come in the future, we will stick to the predictive approach. So what we do in this approach, we explain when it's appropriate to use a predictive plan-based approach. You see, before we start the project, we decide whether we are comfortable with this approach or we should use any other approach, right? So once we decide on that, then we demonstrate an understanding of the project schedule. We understand how a project schedule looks like and how we can move towards that, right? Even when we are doing outline planning, rather, I would say, even when the business case for this project was being developed, even at that time, we do develop a schedule, although we don't have enough data for that, but we have an approximate schedule that, okay, this project, if it is done, it can take up to 1 year or something like that. Some idea of estimation of time, cost, and is established there as well. But you see, you should have some kind of understanding about how the project schedule is going to be met. And then you have to demonstrate how to document project controls of predictive plan-based project, because it is kind of a written down procedure. So you have to ensure that everything you are planning is written down and approved by the bosses. Because once something is approved by someone, is called baseline, it cannot be changed without their permission. So even the project manager cannot change anything. So those act as your controls. You can't bring changes to the project all by yourself or on the whims of anyone in the organization, maybe a stakeholder, maybe kind of a customer or something. Just he says that you change it, it has to go through a proper change control procedure, right? So that is why we call it a plan-based approach, because we are very strongly tied to the planning aspect of it, right? We religiously follow what is there written in the plan. We follow the plan, right? Now, the other approach, which Tamara is probably referring to, is where we have to be highly flexible. We should be ready for change all the time because there are a lot many changes expected. And then we probably cannot use this predictive approach. We have to move towards some other approach, like, as I said, adaptive approach or an agile approach. Anyways, this would be covered in more detail in lessons 5 and 6. And then let us talk a little about the adaptive approach. Tamara, the thing you were referring to, when the requirements are not really very clear, when the scope is not clear, right? This, when you're constructing a building, the scope is pretty clear. How big the building is, what is the design of the building, how many rooms are going to be there, what are the dimensions of everything, drawings are there, everything is there. Although I do agree, there will be changes, but this is more of a predictive project. Everything is designed, everything is known already, although they may change the design later and we can accommodate that. But let me give you an example of an adaptive or agile project. They are asking you to build a building, but they are not giving you any design details. You ask them how big the building should be. We will decide that later. Okay, what the building should be doing, we really don't know it right now. So scope is absolutely not clear. How should I do it? Right? Generally, in construction, people think that this kind of approach cannot be used in construction, and the better option is better understanding is in the IT projects or the software projects where people do not have anything concrete defined in front of you. They are told just develop a software for invoice management, right? And then you ask them, what do you want in that invoice management? So they keep changing their statement all the time, adding new requirements all the time. But the person have started the project, but the new requirements are all the time coming, and they are so big changes that the whole shape of the project will change. That is the environment where predictive is no more suitable. Here, we have to have an adaptive approach. We have to adapt to the changing circumstances. We have to welcome the change, and we have to change our methodology. Here, we have to use adaptive framework and methodology. So, explains when it is appropriate to use an adaptive approach. So as I just explained to you, like, if your scope is not very stable, there are a lot many changes expected to come in the project and things like that. Probably you should be considering this adaptive framework. Determine how to plan project iterations. I will introduce you to the concept of iteration, but to make the story short, rather than having a project which is 1 year long, I will divide this project into very small brackets, very small bracket. I'm not talking about breaking the project into phases. I'm talking about breaking the projects into very small iterations. Like you see, okay, let us start the work, and we have got 2 weeks. In these 2 weeks, this is a team of 10 people. We are ready to start the work. Tell us what to do, right? And keep telling us new requirement. We don't mind. We will keep changing the requirement, but at least tell us what should we do. we start in the first 2 weeks. You got me? And we start working while the scope is yet not clear. The requirements are not completely explained, but we have already started running. We have already started doing the work of the project. And once we are done with the first iteration after 2 weeks, we will present those results in front of the customer and ask them, okay, what next? What do you want us to do next? And then we enter into the next iteration. And that's how we keep moving ahead very flexibly, very adaptively, and as per the request of the customer, without any clear scope, and still we are making the customer happy and ultimately achieving all the goals. It might be little difficult to understand right now because that is a little kind of curvy for you, but I would explain that when we get to that. Then determine how to document project controls for an adaptive project. So unlike a predictive project where everything is written down, every controls are very, are well documented and everything, how are you going to document an adaptive project where things are changing all the time? There is no concept of change request. So we have got a very different mechanism here where we can control the things rather than having control over the documents. We are trying to exercise control over the requirements, right? So what we are doing is every requirement of the customer is broken down into small parts, and we are putting just like you create a to-do list or a grocery list. When you go to the grocery shop, you create a grocery list and you keep ticking off, this is done, this is done, this is done. Similarly, we go to the customer, ask them, what all do you need, right? And without any relationship, they say, we want this done, this done, this done, this done. We create a very long list of items. And then we ask the customer, what do you know? What do you need first? What is most important to you? So all the requirements are put into a product backlog. It is like a basket. I'll put all the requirements in a basket and prioritize them in an ordered stack, in order of priority. So I have got 2,000 requirements in front of me, and the most important requirements are on top. So I will start my work in first iteration from the top, which are the most important requirements for the customer, right? And rest, say I pick up 10 requirements, rest 1,990 requirements. They are open to change. Customer can come back and change any one of those 1,990 requirements, but I am concentrating right now only on the 10 top requirements in my first iteration. And customer is happy because we are working. Customer is happy because we are allowing them to change anything, anytime, anywhere. And at the end of the first iteration, I will be delivering something to the customer. I hope you get the idea.
Yep.
Then we have explained the components of an adaptive plan and determine how to prepare and execute the task management steps within the iteration, I mean. And ultimately, this will be covered in lesson 7, 8, 9, right? So probably second day, we will be talking about Agile. Okay. And what next? Then we have to focus a little bit on business analysis. Why are we focusing on business analysis? What is the relation of business analysis with project management? Can anyone explain to that to me? What is the relationship of project management with business analysis? Yes, please. You can raise your hands if you want. Yes, please. Anyone?
Well, I personally have no experience in that, so I can't add.
Okay, okay. I see, okay. Right. Anyone who has any idea of business analysis? Anyone?
Well, okay, well, I believe business analysis is following trends that can make the business be, that can yeah the analysis and the performance that can
Very good. Very good. And Dana?
that can make the business be accomplished.
Very good, very good. Dana, you want to say something?
Yes, business analysis is to know what needs to be done to solve like business problems.
Very good. You see, what is happening is your business of the organization is like an operation, but continuously we keep looking at it, how we can improve it, right? So there are people who are looking at the business aspect and they're trying to kind of find new ways of doing things. They're hunting for new projects, hunting for new opportunities, and whatever is good for the organization for making more money or for reaching their organizational objectives, they may suggest certain opportunities in case of business cases. So business analyst is a person in the organization who who identifies an opportunity and creates a business case for that. Rather, if there is a business need existing in the organization to improve and enhance, this person exploits that and ultimately creates a case, a feasibility in front of the top management as if this new opportunity can be taken up. And once the management agrees with that and they approves that business case, that they find it feasible and they find that this is going to benefit the organization, that is where the project is born. That is where the project is born. So every project is based on some kind of a business case. So business analyst has a very, very close relationship with a project manager. Got it? I hope you all understand that. If you have any doubt, please do ask questions, because then I'll be able to better explain what I mean. But if you don't ask question, I will think that whatever I have said is okay. Yes, Sarah?
Sorry. I have a question actually. You said business analysis is about looking for new opportunities.
Within the
Does that happen? Yeah. Does that happen by measuring the previous inputs and outputs of the project? Or is it only about comparing the current project with the current field results?
Got it. Actually, business analysis is not about project management. It is about the business. It is about the organization. It is about the strategy of the organization, right? To improve the strategy of the organization, to meet the strategic objectives of the organization, to reach the vision of the organization, business analyst is always at a lookout how we can improve the working of the organization, and he creates a business need, presents that business need to the organization and tells them, I am trying to find a solution for you. And then he creates a business case which has an absolute calculation about the feasibility, why this is feasible to do it. So actually, this is a framework for a project he's creating, but project is yet not there. Project is yet not there. Only when a business case is approved, the project will be chartered, right? So it does not depend upon how the projects are running in the organization. Business case has nothing to do with the project. It has to do with the strategy and the business requirements of the organization, right? But at the same time, I said that business analyst and project manager has a very close relationship. Why? Because project could not have been there if there was not a business analyst. If there was no business case, there was no project charter, and there was no project. Moreover, project manager is only responsible for delivery of the deliverable in a specific period of time. They create that deliverable and they deliver it, and then the project is closed. But then, who is responsible to ensure that that deliverable achieves the ultimate target which was proposed in the business need, which was proposed in the business case? You understand my point? It is not the matter of just doing something, but that thing is going to yield certain benefits in the long run. And that was the purpose in the mind of the business analyst, why he created that business case. Who is going to look after that after the project has ended? That is the business analyst. Business analyst is responsible even after the project has finished. He follows it through till the benefit realization of that item. So business analysis is a discipline which is way beyond and way bigger than the project management. I hope you got that. Okay, good enough. So what do we have in business analysis? Demonstrate an understanding of the business analysis roles and responsibilities. Then determine how to conduct stakeholder communication. Determine how to gather requirements. Now, interestingly, a project manager for his project also gathers requirements. But business analyst, while he's trying to develop whatever idea he's trying to develop, the business need and business kind of thing, so he also gets in touch with the stakeholders and develops this, gathers some kind of requirement. But I would say business analyst has more responsibility, a larger responsibility towards gathering requirements than the project manager, because project manager has a limited myopic scope. He's only looking after a specific target to meet, only the objective of the project to be accomplished. For that, he's gathering the requirement, but the requirements gathered by the business analyst were much larger in perspective. They were looking at the strategic perspective of the whole thing, right? So I would say business analyst is a product man. This guy is responsible for the product. Even when the project is going on, business analyst is concerned what this project manager is doing, how he is developing the product. He keeps an eye on the project manager, he keeps coordinating with the project manager. And even after the project manager has delivered that product, business analyst looks after that product until it achieves those desired benefits. I hope you gather that point. Demonstrate an understanding of product roadmap. That is the whole product roadmap I just explained to you. How the idea was conceived, how the product will be made, how it will be, yielding the benefit, and how the life of the product will end. So this is going to cover, the business analyst covers the whole product life cycle. And determine how the project methodologies influence business analysis process. Whatever kind of methodology you are using in your organization, if, for example, in your organization, you people are doing everything in a predictive manner, then your business analyst work will also be influenced, and maybe they will also be doing their work in a predictive manner. If you people are doing things in an agile or an adaptive manner, maybe your business analyst may also have agile way of working. I hope you understand that point. Again, for this, we will be covering in lesson 10 and 11. And at the end of it, it validates the requirement through the product delivery. So when the project manager is delivering the product, business analyst is concerned. Business analyst validates that requirement. He ensures that all the requirements have been complete. So business analyst has a role to play while the project manager is delivering his deliverable. And not only that, but business analyst is concerned even after the project is finished, how this product is being used? Is it really going to achieve the ultimate objective? Yes, Tamara, you wanted to say something?
I wanted to ask a small question. So from what you're saying, if we're talking in a non-governmental or humanitarian context, let's say, and we have a project, and there are people who do the needs assessment to figure out what the needs of the community are, or do donor mapping to figure out what projects donors are interested in, to figure out what proposals we need to write. These people would be called business analysts.
Yes, yes. Actually, you can have a role defined in your organization. Some people call it business analyst. Some people give this responsibility of business analysis to some managers, right? Some of the managers are given the responsibilities of business analyst. But I would greatly prefer for a large and good organization to have a role of business analyst also in their organization. But normally there is a confusion, and that is they don't make a difference between a business analyst and a project manager. They try to get both jobs done through this one person, right? So there is a lot of duplication of role in some of the organizations, and I don't mind that until and unless they're doing things right. They do understand the bifurcation of these two roles. The business analyst has a bigger role and project manager has a smaller role. So naturally, they can't really, there must be a bifurcation. The project manager is, focus of project manager is on the work, whereas the focus of business analyst is on the product, right? So there is a difference between the two. So if at all the same person is made responsible for doing both the things, then we have to be very careful that they understand that what they are doing right now. They are acting as a project manager or they are acting as a business analyst. So this course is maybe different for you for the time being. You may not have encountered exactly the same kind of thing. You're going to work in small groups. Naturally, we are already quite a small group. So let us consider ourselves as one group. This will enable you to capitalize on one another's resources, experience, skills, and you ask one another for information. Evaluate one another's ideas and monitor one another's work. No, this is very, very important because especially in the virtual environment like this, at least I can interact with you. But if I ask you to interact with amongst yourselves, I think I should encourage you to do that, right? You all can see yourself, you all are there. If I launch a discussion, I say, okay, discuss among yourself. So you should be able to do that, right? So again, I would say those of you who are yet not on camera, you should be on the camera and be able to interact with each other, because when you are discussing something with someone, then probably they want to see you, who is talking, who is speaking, and things like that. So therefore, let's treat this course as a kind of an interactive session where we will be able to, work as a group rather than I teaching and you listening only, right? I'm already happy that you people are very interactive. You are answering, you're asking questions and things like that. So this is all good. This course is also a problem-based kind of a thing. If what is this is the problem, how do you solve it? Naturally, we do problem solving all the time in our life, and naturally, we don't have we do have problem solving skills. But in real life, people learn better when they are engaged in solving real world problems. That is exactly why we were referring that you should discuss. When you discuss, you come up with unique solutions, right? That is exactly what. So real-time world task, to accomplish that, we probably have to talk, right? One man cannot decide as well as other people. So you are going to be given a series of real-world problems to solve, and then you can attempt that. For example, this is scaffolding. You all know, understand what a scaffolding is. This is used for construction purposes. You might have seen that for construction purposes, they create an artificial structure of wood or steel to move up the building or to construct and all that. And maybe sometimes for the shuttering purposes and things like that. Early on, you are going to need considerable support. Like, this scaffolding is like a support to the building or support to the workers. As you learn, this support will be gradually withdrawn. So this is not a permanent structure. When the building is constructed, we remove all the scaffolding. So naturally, you need a little bit of hand-holding while you are learning things, while you are discussing, but then you become independent and you can start making your own decision as project manager. That is exactly what you want, what we want. We'll do a little bit of hand-holding, not only I doing hand-holding only for you, but you all mutually as a group will do the hand-holding, and ultimately you will become independent project managers. That would be great. So let us recognize what is the problem. So here is a scenario of Tracy Faston, one of the biggest music stars in the world. She sells out saucer and American football stadiums normally in less than 10 minutes, right? Maybe strange to you because, you're not from that area, but this example from where Tracy Faston is, that might have been very attractive to you. So the problem is that she's heading out on a tour again. She's going on a tour, on a music tour for the saucer. The biggest ticketing company, that is Ticketman, is reviled for its exorbitant fees. So people understand that they charge very high, right? Faston has instructed her management to work with a smaller ticketing company called Tickets. So there is a big ticketing company, Ticketman, but they are very expensive. So she has gone for a smaller ticketing company, which is the name is Tickets, and she has instructed that. And what happens? It didn't go well. Tickets doubled its capacity. They charged less and they filled the halls, double the capacity, but it was no match for the volume of fans wanting tickets. Still, they could not sell all the tickets. People, people who were who wanted to get in, they couldn't buy the tickets at all. Okay. Your project is find a way to handle the massive volume and keep Tracy Faston happy. So, house is open to you. You as a group try to solve this problem. Take it as a project and solve this problem. Let's get started. Everybody on board. I am leaving the discussion on to you. Tariq, you can take the lead if you want.
Okay, Thria, can you step in with me? So you'll divide us into a small group, as you said?
No. We are not. We're already a small group. We don't want to have a further smaller group. I am just trying to do it. I'm just showing you the problem once again. Just look at. Okay. Right. Just read it out. Ticket one, exorbitant price, and the other company, smaller ticketing company, they naturally sell cheap. They sold a lot of tickets, but they could not accommodate all the volume. This was the problem. And you, what are you supposed to be doing here? You are going to be find out to handle the massive volume and keep Tracy Feston happy. And here you start the discussion. I'll give you about 10 minutes. I think that is sufficient to come to a solution. So you can have that.
I just have a question.
Sure.
Yeah, just to make sure that I understood that clearly. So we need to figure out like we pretending as we're the management of the management team of the store, and we're trying to figure out how to deal with the massive volume of tickets. And we don't want to play the role of the small company. صح? No, it's out, and we need to figure out a way for to deal with the high, like by choosing like a company or.
You see, the thing is, if you are a singer and you want to know, many people want to enter into your concert. Do you want to, perform in a small stadium, in a small hall? You don't want to do that. This small company has done this blunder to you. They have booked a very small place just because it is cheap. And although they were cheap, so many people got in, but many were outside. So it should have been thought that you should have organized a larger stadium. This is a very bad reputation on the singer that only a small gathering is there and people are going back home disappointed. So try to sort this problem out.
Okay.
So anyone have an idea or something? For me, I would like to define the problem that it is that we have a massive volume of tickets, and even though that the small company, it's not like even they double the capacity, but they're not able to sell this ticket. So as a project team, we may find the solution to use other platforms or use our connection to publish the ticket or more. Or using our relation or using yes, Dana.
Yeah, thank you, Ahmed. Also, we can provide some discounts. We can sell some for free, give free tickets, or make special offers to attract more people to the concert.
Is it Dana?
I think, guys, I think we have, I don't know if I misunderstood, but I think the problem is that we have too many people wanting tickets and not enough space to accommodate, these people.
Yes.
So we want to we have to figure out what to do with these extra people that want tickets.
Okay, I thought it was the
I'm
other
still
way
thinking.
around.
Still thinking of something.
Okay, good.
Sorry, but can you accept Tariq Al-Qaisi because he's out?
I didn't get it.
Accept Tariq Al-Qaisi because he's out. He's in the waiting room.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just got it. Okay. Right. So what next? So we have realized that all the people should be accommodated. They should be a larger place. Naturally, in a project there might be constraints. Maybe the place where you're going, it is a very populated place and there is not enough space, not a big enough stadium to accommodate everyone. So one solution could have been that we would have moved out of the town and gotten a better place. What could be the other solution? If you can't increase the size of the place.
Okay.
Yes.
So I have an idea, maybe.
Good. Good.
So maybe we can offer alternative solutions to those who want to attend but couldn't find space to attend. So maybe organize another event where we give them tickets with a discount or let's say extra advantages to make sure that these people are happy or that they are compensated for the fact that they couldn't get in the concert or attended.
Okay. Somebody to note down these points, whatever is coming up, please note down. One person should take on the responsibility of note taker. Who will do that? Who will be the note taker? Should I appoint someone?
Yes.
Mariana, if you can be nice enough to note down whatever the points are. Okay, I had Christine wanted to say something.
Yes, I wanted to say maybe we can do like two concerts instead of one. Like why only having one?
Okay.
We can do like the
You can
second one.
note that down. That is good. And that is almost very similar to the previous session also. Right. Thank you. And Dana?
Yes, maybe we can offer a live streaming option, for example, so they can experience the concert virtually.
Very good. Very good. Very good. You see, when you start thinking, ideas start flowing in, right? Apparently, when we started, it looked like a big problem. How can you do it? What can we do it? So, if I can contribute, I would say it's not a bad idea leaving the tickets barn company because they were very expensive, and still going with tickets, we can further ask them to reduce the price. Maybe we can sell the tickets online at a cheaper rate, which would be kind of broadcasted to them at a lower price. Naturally, we are earning money out of there as well, but probably that way we will be able to make more money out of it, and naturally that means more promotion for the team, right? So anything else? Any wild idea, out of the box idea, anyone who can do that? Anis, you have not spoken anything so far. Can you give some idea?
I'm here, but I'm sick a little bit, so I can't
Okay,
talk
no
that
problem.
much.
No problem. Musa? Musa, waiting for your input. Okay, let's move on. Mariana, please, can you summarize what points we received?
Yeah, sure. So Tamara said that we could do another event for them. So with other compensation, let's say, so to make sure that they are happy, we have a live streaming option. And you said like we can do to ask them to reduce the price and sell the tickets online.
So that would be even cheaper than before, and still, we are going to accommodate a lot many people. So we can marry up all the solutions. We can come up with a solution. We can then attack it. So I think this was a good discussion, and let us move back to the slides. The moment I'm right. Okay. Okay, so we are done with the first lesson. Let me put on the second lesson, but okay, this is about 2 hours. Do you want to have a break now?
A short one.
Okay, quick one. 10 minutes will be okay with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great.
Okay. Let's have a break for 10 minutes. Let me put on the timer for that, and you can go to the break. Here it is. See
Okay.
you after 10 minutes then. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. Are you guys there? Yes, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yep.
Okay, good. So put on your cameras, get back where we were. Right. So the second lesson is about understanding the profession. So this is part of naturally CAPM course, project and program management. Let us move on and see what we talk about. We have already discussed what is a project, understanding project management, benefits of project management, projects and operations. We have already talked about what is the difference between project and operation in our talk, but we also need to understand what are programs and what are portfolios, because you have already mentioned in the very beginning the word program. When I was asking about one of the options, whether it is a project or not, you said it is a program. Yes, we'll talk about what a program really is and what is a portfolio. And then we'll talk about project management process groups and project management challenges. You may already know that, but you see, this is how we are going to move ahead with it. This is the definition which I discussed with you. The application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to meet the project requirements is a definition for what? You have 4 options. Choose one.
Project management. Great.
Yes, Dana?
3, project management.
Project management. And Tamara?
Number 3, product management.
Project management. Right. You're right, because we discussed that in quite a bit of detail. So thank you very much for your responses. Okay, what do we have here? Question number 2, activities within an organization that work together to achieve some prioritized or strategic value might best be considered as what? As a project, as a program, as a portfolio, or as an operation? Yes, Taima?
I think it's a project.
Is project. It's portfolio. Okay. I will describe what a program is and what a portfolio is. If you remember, for the definition of project, I said something else. I said,
Yeah, it's set of activities. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
For a specific purpose and all that, within a specific time and all, that is a project. This is activities within an organization. It is not within a project. It's within an organization that work together to achieve some prioritized or strategic value. Prioritized and strategic value is for the organizational strategic purposes. Which projects or programs are more important for the organization? This decision is to be taken by the portfolio, and portfolio manager looks after all the projects and programs within the organization. You understand that point? Okay, another question for you. Establishing the scope of a project, refining the objective, and defining the course of action required to attain those objectives fall under which project management process group? Read it again. Refining the objective, defining the course of action required to attain their objectives fall under which process group? So there are 5 process groups here: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing.
Initiating.
Which one?
I think
Initiating.
Number
Planning.
2. Okay.
What is the other view? Dana, what are you saying?
Planning.
Threya. Okay.
Dana, what is your response?
Number two, planning.
Planning. And Sarah?
Planning, number 2.
Okay. And Tamara?
I think planning.
Planning. You are all right. You see, it can't be initiation because initiation is where the charter is issued for the project. And before that, the business case must have been created. Planning is where we are actually, the project manager sits down with his team and, he plans the course of action and, all the subsidiary plans and everything. This is planning. And then after that, we go to execution and monitoring and control, and then to closing. These are the 5 project management process groups. You can remember that from this slide. Okay. How did you do? Were you right in giving all the right answers? Just consider. Only I think one first question was wrong. Most of the people, rest everything is right. Okay, good enough. So what is a project? We already know that. This is the formal definition of project. It is a temporary endeavor, as I said, right? Remember that when I was explaining the project? And why do we do it? Undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. So you are going to do something which you have never done before. Whatever the output or outcome is, the product, it could be product, a physical, tangible product, or a some kind of an intangible service or result, whatever it is, but whatever the result you are going to ultimately produce, the deliverable is the ultimate output of it. So this is the definition of the project. And if you want to break down the definition of the project, we can focus on the word endeavor. That is something that delivers value as a product, service, or change. So endeavor, we are attempting to do something as if we can deliver some value. And naturally, in an organization from a business analysis point of view, organization should be delivered some value, some business value, right? So this endeavor is basically towards achieving that business value for the organization, right? Through delivery of some product, service, or result. And temporary, it is undertaken, has a beginning and an end. I must clarify one thing here. It does not mean that it should start on a specific date and end on a specific date. But the finer point hidden in a project is that project must start at some point in time and must finish at some point in time. I mean to say, there is no fixed point I'm talking about. I'm saying if a project has started, it must have properly been announced that this is the moment when the project has started, and when the project will finish, it must be a proper announcement that project has finished. I mean, it cannot have a starting point and no finishing point. It cannot have a finishing point and no starting point. So it should start from somewhere and should finish somewhere. Why I'm saying that? Why it is not like, a fixed date? You say this project we are starting, will start on 1st of January of this year and will end on 31st of December of this year, right? So do you think when you plan that this is the start and finish date of the project? Sarah?
Sorry for the interruption, but my colleague Abdurrahman needs to be in.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry. There are 2 people, and I'll admit them both, Tariq and Abdul Rahman, right? I'm sorry I could not pay attention towards all the screens, but yes, of course. Thank you for telling me. Yes. So do you understand my point that when I say temporary, it does not mean a fixed date. You see, if my project was 1 year, 1 January to 31st of December, and it gets delayed by 1 day, gets delayed by 1 day, does it cease to be called a project? Just by a 1 day delay, will the project not be called a project? Or if it is finished 2 days earlier, will it not be a project? But until and unless does have a starting point and does have a finishing point, it is a project, right? But those starting and finishing points could be probable dates, but they are not the exact dates, right? So whenever the project starts and whenever the project finishes, there must be these two points available. I'm not saying dates available. I'm saying 2 points available, the starting point and the finishing point. That defines a project. We can assume the bridge is unique and did not exist previously, right? You see, for example, you are to construct this bridge. And this kind of bridge never existed at least in this place, we never had a bridge, right? And we are trying to create, maybe we are trying to replicate a design, but naturally this is going to be a unique endeavor in this unique environment, in this place. This is the first time this kind of bridge is being constructed. Maybe it is a completely new design, maybe it is a copy design, but whatever it is a project. Agree? Okay, as far as the project management, I have shown you the definition already. We have discussed it. Application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to meet the project requirement. You see, when I say project activity, all the project management knowledge, skills, and tools and techniques are to be applied on project activities, not on your picnic activities, not on your operational activities, because that is a wastage of time for project to be using these skills, these knowledge, tools, and techniques on unnecessary activities which are not part of the project. This is the most important part of the definition, that whatever we do is to be done to accomplish the project requirement. No extra work that is out of scope. Therefore, apply that only to the project activities and nothing else. Breaking down the definition of project management, naturally, this was the definition: guiding the project work to deliver the intended outcomes. So during the project management, the leader, the project manager, will plan, use the knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques along with his team and guide the project work to deliver the intended outcomes. Whatever was intended to be produced at the end of this project, they will try their level best to achieve that. And broad range of approaches could have been used to do that. You see, if you have to do something, there could be more than one ways of doing it. For example, if I ask you to build a chair, you have to deliver a chair to me, right? I give you one month. In 1 month, you have to deliver a chair to me. What are the options open to you? How can you create this chair? Yes, please, especially those people who have not spoken so far. I would appreciate if you could participate. Surya, what is your view? Ikram?
Yeah. You asked how I would create a chair, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So like the first thing I would think of is like what is the materials that I want to make the chair of? Let's make it like wood. So I need to have the wood prepared and like cut in the dimensions and the sizes that I want. I need like a design or like some maybe like just like an initial design of how I want the chair to be, the size, the dimensions, and all of that. Then I will need to which is the implementation, yani to put all these pieces together and create the chair. And maybe the last phase that I would do is like decorating, that I want to paint it or something else with it.
Okay, I got it. To summarize, you want to say that you will build it yourself. I was just asking your approach. I'm not asking for the whole method of doing it. Just your approach. You say, I will build it, right? That is one solution. What other solutions do we have? Taima?
Also, I think we should to think more about the cost or the budget about what we have, because it's very important to think about the cost.
Yeah, I'm not going into the details. I don't want the whole procedure. I'm just saying one way is I do it myself. One way is I can ask someone to build it for me. Don't you get it? And another way is I can go to the market and buy a prepared chair and deliver it to whomsoever wants it.
Yes.
You see, I can deliver the chair by doing it myself, by hiring someone to do it, by maybe giving a contract to someone, or maybe buying a pre-prepared chair from the market and delivering it to the person. 4 different approaches. You see? You can come up with as many approaches. This is what I was meaning to say. There could be broad range of approaches. So if you can have these various methods in your mind, I can do it this way or that way or that way. So broadly, from the PMI point of view, whenever you are getting into a project, so you decide according to the need of the project, how will I go about it? So the generic approaches are that one way is the predictive approach and one way is the adaptive approach, and there could be any other way in between these two, which could be a combination of them. So we have a predictive approach, we have got a agile approach or adaptive approach, and in between, whatever can happen, we can simply call it a hybrid approach, right? So this is what PMI is trying to focus on, right? So general approaches to address a project, there could be a broad range of approaches and you have to select the most appropriate approach to do your work. Okay, benefits. Improving the chance of project success and delivering expected benefits for the project. That is what you are trying to accomplish, right? But what are the expected benefits of a project? I have already mentioned about benefits. Can you please try to relate to that and tell me how can a project manager deliver expected benefits? If I was asked to build a chair, I deliver the chair, right? Right? So do you think the expected benefit has been achieved?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Yes.
If I say I was to deliver a chair, the product was a chair. Is when I deliver the chair, do I deliver the expected benefits as well?
Not necessarily.
What do you think could have been the expected benefit?
Sorry,
Chair, what is the benefit of a chair?
Go ahead, Surya.
Yes.
So we have to focus more on the outcomes. If we expect got our outcomes. So if we have the chair with full criteria, and that will be the benefit of the final project. Right.
Okay. Let me first look back. Osama has raised the hand and 3 other people. So many people.
Yes, when you
Osama,
deliver,
yeah.
yes, when you deliver the product as a chair, of course, you're always you're at the same time delivering the benefit, the expected benefit of the product. So it's commonly known that when you're delivering the chair, you're delivering what the outcome of the chair will be. Like you rest on the chair, you sit down,
Yeah. Exactly. That is the point. You rest on the chair. That is the purpose of the chair. Yeah. So if you deliver a chair on which it is too small to sit on, it is a child chair, and you are giving it to an adult, then probably it doesn't serve the purpose. No benefit out of it, right? So yes, when you deliver your deliverable, that must be associated with the benefit. Benefit delivery is associated with the deliverable. Okay, Tamara?
Yeah, I was gonna give an example. Like, for example, if I'm designing this chair for, let's say, someone who weighs more than 200 pounds, and my chair doesn't handle more than 200 pounds, then that means my chair is useless.
Exactly. That is very right. And the interesting part is these benefit delivery could come in a long run. Like you see, you have created a chair strong enough for a 200 kg person to sit, but it doesn't work for more than 5 days. On the 6th day, it breaks down. So do you think you have delivered the benefit? Not really. It is not only just at the moment when I am delivering the chair, I have proven that it is stable, but it is not really very stable in long run. So there must be a life associated with that product as well. And that is also falling under the responsibility of the project manager to make it strong enough and durable enough to sustain for that much time. That will be the ultimate benefit, the expected benefit, which may materialize long after I have delivered the chair. You understand my point? Benefits can happen long after the product has been delivered. Dana?
Yes, to add on what you have just said, it would enhance the productivity of the person by creating a comfortable workplace or
Well, that is part of the requirement. You see, if you ask me to build a chair for you, then naturally there is a purpose behind why do you need a chair, right? Do you need it for a child or an adult? So that must be included in the requirement, no? Maybe it should have arms, or it should not have arms. That should also be included in the requirement. And its durability and sustainability requirements should also have been included, right? And naturally, when I deliver the chair, it will be a chair. My project will finish after you have approved it, but the benefits will be realized in the long run. You have gotten this chair to enjoy it for next 5 years. So the full benefit will be yielded after 5 years, right? Although project manager is not responsible for realizing those benefits. If you deliver the chair and you don't ever sit on the chair, and you say that because I didn't use it, so there is no benefit yielded, it is not the fault of the project manager. But during the 5 years, if this chair breaks down, then probably it was the fault of the design which the project manager has used. Yes, Ikram?
Yes, when you are talking about benefits, it seems like it is the impact of the project. Is it like the impact that is going to be like on a long-term basis after the project is done?
Long after the project has been done. Project manager is not responsible for the ultimate 5-year after benefit. It is immediate benefit, like the person should be able to sit, but at the same time, he will prove those long-term benefits right now. Like he will prove the durability in some way. There must be some test for durability and things like that. So whatever the requirement, they will be tested and the project will be closed, right? But ultimately, the benefits will be yielded over time, and the person who is using the chair will start enjoying it. So the benefit realization goes on and on and on until the last moment, right? Long after the project has been completed and handed over. Anyway, so we do understand the difference between the product and the benefit, but also remember that benefit is not only, there is always a benefit against every project. There is always a benefit, which is associated with naturally some kind of strategic objective. There is always a benefit behind a project, and a project manager, when planning the project, must consider that benefit and plan and design the product with a view of that benefit, that should be realized. Moreover, some of the benefits may be realized during the life of the project. Some of the benefits may be realized by the end of the project, but most of the benefits will be realized long after the project has finished. I would call them long-term benefits. Those long-term benefits are generally referred to as benefit realization. Whereas the short-term benefits, I mean, those which can be realized within the life of the project or by the end of the project, I would rather like to call them, please listen carefully, I would rather like to call them outcomes of the project. Output could be the chair, and outcome could be, it is comfortable, right? You understand my point? And the long-term benefit, naturally, that will be realized after 5 years or whatever is the life of the chair, which was targeted, which was in the business case, which was in the business need. So increasing, when you get the benefit, increasing satisfaction for all stakeholders, people will be satisfied. Even long after the project has finished, people will remain satisfied. Completing projects on schedule, within budget, and with acceptable quality. That is what you have to prove at the end of the project. That does not mean that you are responsible for the long-term benefit. Okay, just try to guess who is going to be responsible for the long-term benefit of the project. Who conceived this idea of the project?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? The responsibility of what?
Who will ultimately be responsible for the realization of the benefit? If not the project manager, in long-term benefit, if not the project manager, so what is the first person comes to your mind? Whose baby is this product? Yes, Tamara?
Maybe people who do business analysis, or at least somebody that does something close to that.
Okay. Sarah?
Maybe the M&E specialist.
What is that? M&E specialist.
The
Monitoring and evaluation?
Monitoring and evaluation specialist of the project.
Okay. And who was the third person who was raising hand? You lowered your hand, I know, maybe. Okay. Well, I would say Tamara was right. It is the business analyst. It is the business analyst who is responsible ultimately for the benefit. Abdul Rahman. Yes, Abdul Rahman.
How the business analyst is responsible for that?
Because he conceived that idea, he created that business case. That is the person who, originated the idea of the project, which was approved by the bosses. And now, while the project manager is creating that chair, is doing the project of building that chair, the product owner is still responsible for the product part of it, right? He's looking after the product. When it will be delivered, project manager will go home, but the product owner will keep following it till the benefit is realized, right? That is one thing. The other person responsible is the person who is taking over the chair, because that is the person who is going to, use those benefits, right? Sustain those benefits. Whomsoever takes over that chair, buys that chair, that person becomes responsible for using those benefits, realizing those benefits in the future. So he would be the beneficiary of that. So those benefits will come into the domain of the user, right? So that's that. Choosing company talent and resources optimally. Naturally, if we do that, we will be able to, create the benefits of the project, enabling customer focus and introducing quality. Naturally, you should deliver items of good quality as if the customer should be satisfied, and naturally in the long run also in the benefit realization, reducing the risk of unexpected events and project failure. Now, one thing I want to tell you, when you hand over the chair to someone, naturally, when I was building the chair, there might have been certain risks in the construction of the chair, which I was responsible about. But when I hand over this chair and the other person who has taken over, he starts enjoying that chair, do you think there are no risks to the chair anymore? Is there no risk of falling down from that chair? Although this is not a design fault, but this chair can fall down. The person sitting on chair can get injured. Whose responsibility is that? Who will look after those risks? The owner who owns the chair, he must be careful enough. So when I hand over my chair as a project manager, I will let them know if there are any risks in the chair, and then they will be responsible for taking care of themselves. Maybe they identify more risks, they enjoy those benefits, or whatever they do. That is then their responsibility. So in a way, when I hand over a product to the customer takes on the responsibility, benefits, and the future risks of that product. I hope you agree with me. Good. Very good. What is the difference between project and operations? I think we have already talked about what is operation and what is project. And naturally, let us look at the formal definition of that. I'm sorry, go back. Operation is something which is going on in the organization. And this is according to some kind of a standard operating procedure. There are guidelines available. Everything you do is done according to the book. You got me? You are not doing anything new. Every day you go to your office and you perform the routine duties. Those are your operations. But project is a challenge. If you are committed to a project, then this is the challenge. Like I just gave you a challenge of that concert, right? So solve this problem. That is a challenge. That is a small little project to you. You discussed it. You found the solution, and that's how. So the project is like a challenge. Project has a start and end. At the end of the project, you will find the solution. You will deliver the solution, right? But as far as operation is concerned, you will repetitively keep doing whatever you are doing. Repetitively. There is nothing new coming out, right? Like a production facility is producing 1 million items per day. So every day they produce 1 million items. What is so new about it? Nothing new about it. Although their production is good, we are happy about it, but they're not producing anything. If I will be happy if someday they can deliver 10 times more, but they can't, right? Without change, and change can only be brought into the organization through projects. So remember, when you want to change something in the organization, you have to resort to projects. Project will give you a new way of doing things. It will be proven, it will be tested, and when you deliver it, then it can be adopted and your production will be increased naturally. Hope you got that point. Consider a bakery. Baking bread is an ongoing, repetitive process. You have a bakery, you are an owner of a bakery. Just imagine that, right? So what are you doing all the day? You are baking, selling, baking, selling, baking, selling. That's what you are doing, right? So it is an ongoing, repetitive process that occurs day after day with no distinct beginning and end. Your business goes on and on and on. That makes it an operational work. So what would the bakery consider a project? Now, give me an example of a project which started in a bakery, right? You are the owner of the bakery. You are trying to start a new project within this bakery. What could that be? Just give me an idea. Tamara, you want to say something on that?
Okay, so for example, maybe we want to start offering a service for birthdays or for people with events, and we want to cater to them. So then every project will have different needs, different target audience, and we will have to work in a different way with different deadlines.
Very good. And very, very nice. Dana?
Maybe opening a new branch.
Good. Very good idea. Christine?
Yes, I would say maybe we can start selling new products like gluten-free, let's say dairy-free. So it would be like a new service to the community.
Wonderful.
Especially for if we would like if we would say like it would be for the vulnerable people when working with our communities.
Yes. Yeah. And Abdurrahman?
Maybe creating new bread recipes in the bakeries.
Very good. You people are now, understand what a project is. So creating a new recipe is something, a new venture, right? It may be, you have to sit down with an expert for some time and brainstorm. Maybe it takes 1 day, 10 days. In 10 days, you have created a new recipe or new branch or whatever the project is. But you are doing something unique. You are doing something new, and that will ultimately, when it is successful, that idea is successful, it will become, you will make it the normal part of your operations. Whatever the new type of bread you have invented, that you will start selling in your department. Toria?
Is maybe mapping to know the competitor how to deal with the same projects, so we can create a new ideas to create our bakery. Yes.
Exactly. So selling, running the business of the day in a bakery is operations, whereas bringing some changes to that business by all the measures you have just suggested, they all are projects. And those projects will finish after 1 day, 10 day, 20 day, and they will yield the benefit. And the bakery will adopt the new procedures and start benefit. Maybe after adopting the product of a project, your sales have increased tenfold, right? And then you come up with another idea, and a new product is introduced, things like that, and you keep improving your sales, or you keep improving your business for that purpose. Good enough. Okay, and project operation and project-based operations. No, okay. Can you think of what I'm trying to say? What could be a project-based operation? By the way, just refer to the previous slide. We were doing certain projects to improve our operation. Remember that?
Yes.
Were they not project-based operations? With every project, we were improving the operation, right? Agree?
Not every operation is project-based.
No, yeah, you were right. And every operation could not be project-based, but some operations could be project-based, right?
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
if you are not, you have an accounting system in your bakery, and you are not, you are satisfied with it, you are not changing it. So that is a simple operation, right? Yes. But a new bread in the bread category probably would be a project-based operation, right? So you are continually adding new breads and things like that. So that could be a project-based operation. So let us look at this slide and see what do we have. We have got the various attributes here: projects, project-based operations, and operations. Now, how do we differentiate? As far as the time is concerned, project has a beginning and an end. As far as the project-based operation is concerned, naturally, a specific beginning and end is there for each product or service, and then it goes into service. It goes into a repetitive cycle. And operations are purely ongoing and repetitive, like accounting of the bakery, right? Outcome, naturally, the project gives you a unique product. Project-based operation gives you a familiar product. It's a bread, but it is a new bread, new kind of bread. And operations give you a repetitive, familiar product, which we have been producing already. As far as the people and resources are concerned, project is temporary. Project-based operations are temporary work within ongoing work. And operations is a permanent work, or ongoing work. Authority, project manager exercises whole authority on the project. In a project-based operation, project manager who is responsible for only customized tasks, and then it goes on to the functional manager. He takes on the responsibility of running the show. And pure operations, functional manager is the boss. Primary life cycle, we need to have a project life cycle for projects, and we need to have a product life cycle for operations. But for project-based operations, we need to have a task execution based on customization. It could be way in between the two, the project life cycle and the product life cycle. Okay, having that said, there is a close relationship between operations and project, but at the same time, please understand there is a difference also. Project and operations are pointing towards two different directions. If one is east, the other is west. But at the same time, their tails may be tied. Their tails may be tied, right? So there may have certain relationships like, project-based operation. The project will always result in some benefit to the operation, improvement to the organization, and things like that. Installing an oven is a do-it-yourself project, right? So what are we doing? Oven we are going to use. We'll be using it repetitively, but for the first time when you put it, install it somewhere, that could be a project. Maybe it is a 10 minutes, a 20 minutes project, a half an hour project, but installing the oven is a project, but using the oven is an operation, right? Using an oven to cook meals is operation, right? So this is how projects and operations are tied together all the time. Okay, what is a program? I'll ask you to define to me what is a program from your point of view. Who will like to? Tamara? Yes.
So I'm not sure I have a definition, but I know that a program is a set of projects. It's basically more than one project with, let's say, objectives that need much more time and that are achievable in the longer run with a set of bigger goals than a project, let's say.
Very nice, very nice. And Mariana?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as Tamara said, like a program is includes more than one project.
Ikram?
Yeah, I would say that program is not temporal like the project. It's like more of a long term, and it has like maybe a repetitive cycles and repetitive tasks and all of that. Not like the project, يعني, the final end or the result could be repetitive, and it's not like a unique service or delivery that we had it like for one time.
Okay. What I find is that you all are kind of right in whatever you're saying. First, let us look at that definition, and then I will explain what is really the difference between. A project is composed of related projects. Program is composed of related projects. It means a program can have more than one project running under the program, number one. So there would be separate project managers running those projects, but program managers looking after all those related projects. But this is the key. When I say related projects, what does that mean? that those projects should have a relationship. They should not be wild cards. They should not be, standalone projects which have absolutely nothing to do with each other. They must have been tied together due to a certain reason. There must be a larger objective of the program to accomplish. That's why these specific projects are placed under the program, right? You can't just add a project to the program without any reason. This is not a grouping of projects. This is grouping of our related projects. All the projects within a program must be serving the same big purpose. They should have the same strategic objective. They should not be, one of the project is targeting some other strategy and not what is the interest of the program. So all the projects must be aligned with the program strategy, and program should be aligned with the organizational strategy. That is how the thing is. So yes, this is a grouping of certain number of projects, but these projects have to be related. And we, apart from the projects, the related projects, a program could have other components. Related projects is one kind of component a program can have. A program can have two other types of components. One component is a project itself. The other component is a sub-program. Can you bend your head around it? What is a sub-program? If a program is too complex, it may have been divided into sub-programs, and those sub-programs may further have some projects, right? So a program may have sub-programs. A program may directly have related projects, or the third thing is very, very, very important. That is, the third component is the program activities. You see, every project in the program has a project manager and a project team performing the project activities and delivering those outputs or deliverables to the program manager. Program manager is unifying all what he is getting from all the projects. Does he not need a team of himself, his own team? So that team is called the program team. And the activities they perform are called the program activities. So these activities are kind of different from the project activities, but these activities are kind of happening in parallel, right? When a project delivers some deliverable, now, before I can address Anis, you can ask the question and I will continue later.
All right. So I have a question about the program and sub-program.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you said, just to confirm that I understood everything's right. So the program, as we know, that is all the projects are related to each other. So this is the program. Sub-program, it's appear with when we have like two projects, but they are not connect to each other, or both are not at the same like line or something like that.
No. Actually, number one rule is all the components of a program must all be related, right? No, they all be following the same big or organizational strategy. So what are the components? Say there are 10 projects running directly under the program. So they are supposed to be aligned with the strategy of the program. This program, apart from these 10 projects, is having two sub-programs as well for specific sub-strategies of the program. So one sub-strategy is given to a sub-program one, and the other sub-strategy is given to program two, sub-program two. Now, sub-program two will act like a program in itself, and it will create its own project. And all those projects within that sub-program will be aligned to the sub-program. and sub-program will align to the program, and program will align to the organizational study, right? So in a way, everything within a program is somehow related to each other. You can't say they are unrelated, but we have the one big strategy or one big strategic objective has been divided into 5 or 10 sub-strategies, right? Sub-strategies have been allocated to various projects or sub-programs, right? And they are now doing their work. They are delivering whatever they are supposed to be delivering. And whatever they deliver to the program activities process that and convert that into what? What should the program activities convert everything into? Naturally, the highest thing is a strategy. They will meet the strategy, but what will they deliver? As the projects deliver the product, service or result, what should a program deliver? What should a program deliver? Should it deliver a product, service, or result, or something else? Or something bigger than that?
Something bigger, definitely.
That bigger is what we have already discussed, benefit. Benefit. You see, it says all of these components in a coordinated manner to obtain benefits not available from managing them individually. If those projects were being, kind of conducted independently, they might have yielded certain benefits, but when they are joined together in form of a program, there is an element of synergy created. And you understand what is synergy? Synergy means the sum of all the benefits of those projects would be more in case of a program. So it is just like the simple example is 1 and 1 is 11. That is a synergy. If A project was producing one output and B was producing one output, the overall output when integrated into a program could be many folds bigger than that. The benefit coming out of the program ultimately would be many folds bigger than that because it is everything is coordinated here. And we are looking at a higher, bigger strategy, which a project manager cannot even have a view what he's talking about. So the big strategy at the end of the program, the benefit will be delivered. Program manager is responsible for the benefit delivery of the program level, not of the project level. That means when a product from a related project is delivered to the program activities convert that product into individual project benefits. I mean, the program activities take on the responsibility of yielding those benefits, right? And then marrying up and, coordinating those benefits, consolidating those benefits into the bigger benefit of the program, which is to be delivered to the organization, right? So the different thing about program is that program delivers benefits. Projects do not deliver benefits. They are supposed to deliver product, right? And you can say short-term benefits, which are, we can call them outcomes, right? But not the long-term benefits, right? All the benefits are not delivered by the project itself. But when a project is part of a program takes on the responsibility of realizing all the project benefits and the consolidated benefit of the program as if the bigger strategy of the organization with which it is attached is satisfied. I hope I made myself clear.
Yeah, everything is clear.
Any questions about it? Because
yes, I have a question.
Yes, please.
When you say that we have a program, which is more complicated, having a big program that contains multiple projects, or do we see it from inside out, not outside in?
Actually, we see it from outside in, because the biggest thing is strategy. Strategy is broken down, and then we give the target for the benefit realization, which the program takes on, and program then decides and creates the project under it to ensure that those benefits can be realized. Meaning what? That whatever the big benefit you are supposed to deliver as a program, you will divide that benefit into smaller benefits and allocate them to separate projects. Those projects will work towards those products, deliver those products, and those products will be converted into the project benefits by the program team, and those benefits will be consolidated to yield the program benefit, which will satisfy the organizational strategy. So it is a top-down approach. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much.
Most welcome. Most welcome. Okay. Reports and returns. Is it a project, program, or an operation? What is that? Did I miss something? I don't think there is anything written on this slide. Is it a project or a program? Okay. Look at this picture. Look at this picture. There's a bookshop, right? What is it? Is that project? Is it a program or an operation? Discuss it out. Tell me whether it is a... Yes, you can speak. Abdurrahman?
Operation.
It is an operation. Good.
Yes.
And,
I think it's operation.
Ikram, what are you saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that I think it's an operations.
It's operation, right. Essentially speaking, it is operation. But as we have talked about kind of project-based operation and things like that, could there be a project within a bookshop? Yes or no?
Could you please repeat the question?
Just like in a bakery, can we have a project within a bookshop? Yes, Dana?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we
So
can have, yeah.
why not, if it is a huge bookshop, why not have a program? Why not have a program with multiple projects running, related projects running under it, yielding benefits and ultimately yielding a bigger benefit for the big bookshop? Maybe it's a very huge bookshop with multiple, multiple outlets and all over the world, right? And they are trying to expand that business, and that could be a program to initiate that kind of expansion globally. So yes, you can somehow relate it to the program as well. But your first answer is also right. Basically, it looks like a operation, but naturally, as we have discussed, projects. So programs, a concept of program could also apply to a big book business. Okay, let's talk about a portfolio. What is a portfolio? Portfolio is something even bigger than a program. Portfolio is sometimes even bigger than a program. Portfolio is kind of, simply put, all the projects and all the programs running in the organization is generally considered to be the portfolio of those projects and programs for the organization. Overall, you could put a person in charge of that portfolio who would make decisions about the projects and programs, which projects and which programs should be initiated, which should not be initiated, which should be closed down, what resources are to be given to whom. So overall, this portfolio could be taking care of that. So far, so good? Okay.
Yes.
If you understand that, then let us look at the scenario where, your organization may be dealing with 4 different types of projects. You are doing construction projects, you are doing IT projects, you are doing kind of oil and gas projects, you are doing maybe mechanical projects, right? So you do not want them all in a one portfolio. You want to divide the main portfolio into, delegate it to 4 separate portfolios, one for construction, one portfolio for, mechanical, one for oil and gas, and so on and so forth, right? So it is also possible that you have a portfolio which is even subdivided into sub-portfolios. Those sub-portfolios could be called as subsidiary portfolio, right? So what a portfolio can have, portfolio could have sub-portfolios, it could have programs in it, it could have projects in it, and it could have some of its own operations. Because project and program have a life. Project ends somewhere. Program, although program could be very lengthy, it could be, kind of 10, 20, or 30 years long, but programs also start and end somewhere. But portfolios do not end. Portfolios do not end, right? Portfolio is a kind of a consistent, entity in an organization in which new projects are introduced and they are completed, new programs come in, they go, and you keep changing the projects and programs, and the portfolio thing goes on. So there are 4 components within a portfolio: sub-portfolio, program, project, and operation, right? And what were the components of a program? Do you remember that? What were the components
Project
of
and operation.
Yes, please.
Yeah, projects and operation. Related projects.
Related projects. What was the second one? There
And
were 3
operation.
components. Okay. Adana?
Program activities.
Program activities, you missed out. Program activities, projects, sub-programs, and program activities. These are the 3 components, right? And portfolio has 4 components. So project, program, subsidiary portfolios, and operations managed as a group. No, they need not be related. This is just a group, like IT group, like construction group. It's just a group, right? They need not be related to achieve strategic objectives. So, but program has its own strategic objective. Portfolio has its own strategic objective. Well, they all are tied to the organizational strategic objective. What could be the strategic objective of a portfolio? That would be mostly investment decision-making related. How much money should we be spending on the ongoing projects and programs? We have got limited resources. What resources are to be given to whom and not to the others, right? These kind of decisions. So it has got more of a financial kind of a decision making, or kind of controlling the resources amongst the projects and programs. The portfolio is looking at it from that perspective. Whereas program is looking at it at hardcore strategic objective of the organization. Like the project is also delivering the product in satisfaction of those strategic objectives. Portfolio done? Okay, program and portfolio. Like you see here, we have got a portfolio A that is named as Zero Waste. We have got 2 programs in it. Every program has got 2 projects, right? This could be there. And then we have got another portfolio that is reduce energy consumption, and that has got 1 program which has got 2 projects in it, and 1 project directly under the main portfolio, meaning this project is not part of any program. Project 7 is directly coming under the portfolio. So this is interesting to note that a portfolio can have projects or programs directly reporting to the portfolio, right? Okay, what project management challenges will you face? Okay, one challenge could be completed projects don't just happen, right? So what does happen then? Can you give me some input? What could be the challenges? When you do a project, what kind of problems do you face? What kind of challenges are you facing? Yes, Osama.
I think the process of implementing the project can be a challenge.
And what? Yes.
Implementing the project, putting the project, putting the project on the site, or knowing how to start. I think this is the most common challenge, knowing how to start the project.
Okay. Can you point to a specific challenge in one of the projects you were doing?
Oh, yes. Again, our research component at Lazuk Fellowship affiliated with Injaz. I believe it was the analysis part, because we had too many reviews on analysis, and we had to come up with a conclusion of these reviews and to stick to one language when it comes to analysis, and to analyze the data that we collected, let's say, in an organized manner. So the reviews were quite slightly different from each other, and we had to come up with actually with with one language that would unify the analysis for a better outcome.
Good. And Thoria, what are you saying? Please say it up.
Yes, maybe any situation or condition may have affect the projects like COVID. So for example, it affects the process of all the projects in Jordan and all the world.
Right. So specifically, has something happened to you when you were doing it?
Yes, it's like the training for the program. It's because I manage Lazar Fellowship program. There is no in-person training, so I have to make it online. Zoom, it's something new for us. So how we deal everything within online things, that affects directly. So the condition and the happened with all over the world that affect our program.
Right. Thank you. Ikram?
I would say that risk management or risk or unexpected incidents sometimes could be a challenge, like when you need to find an alternative for مثلا some facilitator or organizer or something like this, when it's just not happen according to the plan, and it could delay all the process of the project because it's an essential part of it. So finding alternatives and the risks that could happen, could be a challenge.
Yeah, you're very right. Risk is a big problem. Risk will always pose such kind of challenges. Okay, Sarah?
Budgeting restrictions might be like the biggest challenge of any project, I think. For instance, the campaign that I'm working at, which is the Back to Learning campaign, has a budgeting restrictions that make us stop or not continuing the advertisements. So there are no sufficient funds.
Yeah, of course. You could have funding restrictions. You could have, other problems related to budgeting and all. Yes, of course. Thank you. And Tamara.
Yes, I mean, I have a question about the statements. Is it safe to say that more accurately, projects do get completed, but not exactly as we expected them to be completed?
Okay. If there is a change in what our expectations are and what we are able to produce, That is called variance. Is this variance from the requirement acceptable to the customer? If it is acceptable, then they will accept the deliverable of the project, right? So this is a case of a change request. If there is a variation, we could not fulfill all the requirements, and we show it to customer, and customer agrees that it's okay, well, it works for me, I'm ready to take it over. So that is fine. So naturally, it will be covered under the change request in that case, right? So yes, it is possible that sometimes we accept with variations.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Most welcome. Welcome. Okay, project management challenges could be like issues, like risks, as you mentioned. They could be assumptions, and they could be constraints. Budget is a constraint, time is a constraint, scope, that could be a constraint. Risk, as you said, there are uncertainties, they can happen anytime. Okay, I'll talk about risk and issue, but see, risk is an uncertainty which has got a likelihood of happening. That there is something which can happen, it has yet not happened, but there is a likelihood of something happening. So that is the risk. The moment a risk occurs, please listen to me very carefully. The moment a risk occurs, the element of surprise is lost. Uncertainty is no more. Do you understand me? We cannot call it risk anymore. You understand my point?
I don't
Can you
think
clarify
so.
more?
I'm saying if there is a likelihood of something happening, right? But that thing has yet not happened. Maybe I am afraid that within next 2 months, if it will rain, it will ruin my my land, my agriculture, right? Agriculture land will be ruined if it is rains during these 2 months. Okay. And I keep waiting and waiting and waiting, but it does not rain. It does not rain. That means there was an uncertainty which did not occur. Okay. That is fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay. There is an uncertainty which did occur. Like, after 1 month, it did rain. After 1 month, it did rain. The moment it rained, all the surprise is lost, right? It is no more an uncertainty. Now I have to go into the crisis mode. I have to start taking measures of getting my land cleared out from the water or debris, right? So that means risk is a risk until it happens. The moment it occurs, it ceases to remain a risk, but it becomes an issue. That is the most important point I want to make. As soon as a risk occurs, it ceases to be a risk and it becomes an issue. That means all the actions you take to, as if the risk could not happen, maybe you could take measures that it should not rain or something like that. You can bar the rain or protect your field from the rain by some means. Those are all risk responses. Those are the steps you could have taken before the risk has occurred, right? Reducing the damage, okay? But once the risk has occurred, no matter you have taken some responses or not, but the risk has now occurred, it is no more a risk anymore. It has become now an issue. So now you will do the damage control, right? So that is called issue resolution. So there is a difference between risk response and the issue escalation, issue resolution. And about assumptions, when do you take an assumption? Anyone? When do you take an assumption? Musa, can you tell me when do you take assumptions in a project?
Did you say Osama?
Musa.
Ah, Musa, okay.
Musa, are you there? Are you listening to me? Okay, Osama, you can answer.
The risks that project management faces?
No. Yes, there is a relation between assumption and risk, but assumption is something you take when you don't know something, right?
Yes. Well, I think making assumptions in the process of managing a project
Exactly.
can has its
Exactly. When
can
you don't
has
know,
advantage.
when you are not clear about certain facts and certain data is not available, but you have to proceed ahead, you say, okay, I don't know how much this thing will cost, but let us assume it will cost this much, right? So I will make the educated guess. I would say that it cannot cost more than that. So let us put this cost to this thing. But on ground, when you face the situation, when you start the project, you find out that your assumption was wrong. Maybe it is right, maybe it is wrong. So either
Exactly.
it will be proven right or it will be proven wrong, right?
Exactly. So I believe uncertainty in managing projects is an essential key for its sustainability.
Assumptions. Actually, what I wanted to say was the relation between assumption and risk is assumptions lead to risk. Assumption lead to risk. Assumption is not a risk. But if an assumption, there is a threat that the assumption I am taking may go wrong, may prove wrong, that is a risk. You understand my point? If the assumption is proven right, there is no problem at all. But if an assumption is proven, is getting to be wrong, I am threatened by that, it is uncertainty, then I would say that is the assumption may result in a risk. And risk, when it occurs, becomes an issue. Constraints are basic restrictions on us, right? Yes, Christine, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I would say like you wanted an example, like maybe when we take actions, either financially or culturally or maybe logistically, we don't know if it is accepted or not. So these are assumptions, I
These are
believe.
assumptions, right? And your assumption may go wrong. You may have
Yes.
made a wrong assumption. So the threat
Yeah,
of
it
that
may or may
assumption
not go wrong. Yeah.
may or may not go wrong. Maybe it is right, but
Yes.
if it go wrong, that is a risk, right?
Yes.
Okay, Mariana?
Yeah, can we say that when we put assumptions to avoid risks?
Okay. The only way of doing that is that you should keep checking your assumptions periodically. Keep checking whether the assumption you had taken is still a viable assumption, or should I revise it? And interestingly, assumptions, when they prove true, they should immediately be replaced by the facts. Because you see, in your planning, in your calculations, you might have used an assumed figure, right? As soon as you know the right figure in the market, you should put that figure and remove that assumption, thus correcting all your calculation, right? So yes, I agree with that those assumptions will be updated. Who else? Sarah?
Yeah, I just want to like sum up what the point was about to make sure that I understood it in a correct way. So you said that assumptions are usually based on like previous results or outcomes or analysis.
Normally facts, guess analysis or facts, if you're construct a wall, you know how much bricks can be placed in 1 square foot, or you know the price of one brick or things like that. Those are facts. But if you don't know the price of the brick, so you can assume, okay, let us put this much amount as the as the cost of the brick. But later when I learn about it, when I know about it, then I will remove this, this assumption. It will be replaced by the actual fact.
Okay.
Got it. Yes, Ikram.
So then it becomes sorry, but it becomes a risk if it happens like incorrectly or and the opposite of what I was expecting it to become, and then the risk will become an issue.
Okay. If an assumption is not proving to be right, then the risk of this assumption going wrong is getting high. Risk high. So we are the uncertainty. When this risk occurs, when the assumption is proven wrong, risk has occurred. That is when it becomes an issue. You are right in saying that. Right?
Okay. Now it's clear. Thank you.
Good. So who is next? Sarah? Who was raising the hand? Ikram or Sarah?
Yeah, I was raising my hand, but I think that I got the answer. I just wanted to make sure that we made assumptions like in the first phase of the project, like it's what we assume that is gonna happen, and then when later on when all the operations and activities are happened, then we either make sure of those assumptions, either they just go right or wrong.
Exactly. You are very right. In the beginning of the project, we have got things very unclear, right? So naturally, we take a lot of assumptions. As we move ahead in the life of the project, things start getting clarified, and a number of assumptions keep reducing ultimately. So that's that. Then comes the risk. I have already introduced you to the risk. I said risk is an uncertain event or condition that, if it occurs, has an impact. And interestingly, that might be a news to you, risk is not always bad. Some risks are good. Did you know that? Risk can be positive and risk can be negative. Have you heard about it? How can a risk be positive?
Not before, no.
No? Okay, not before.
No.
Right. So, what if I give a new name to these positive and negative risks? Negative risk is a threat. Agreed? Negative risk is a threat. Let us call negative risk as a threat. Positive risk is an opportunity. Opportunity is, what is an opportunity? You know, I might get benefit if this happens, right? If I might get some benefit, that is an uncertainty, but it is resulting in my benefit. So this is a positive one, but this is an opportunity. So please understand that risk, don't take the connotation, a negative connotation to the word risk. Risk just means that is an uncertain event or condition. If it occurs, it has an impact. That's it. Now, what kind of an impact that is? It could be a positive or a negative impact. If positive, it is an opportunity. If negative, it is a threat. Right. So, and one more thing which I just missed out, impact on what? If I'm doing a project, the impact should be, positive or negative impact, should be on the project objective. And to tell you what are the project objectives, what is your guess? What could be the project objectives? Basically, there are 3 project objectives. In a way, I can say that the objective of a project can be defined in terms of scope, time, and cost. Scope, time, and cost, right? So these are called 3 project objectives. And if there is an impact of a positive or negative impact on scope, or time, or cost, we will say it is a risk. If there is uncertainty which has a positive or negative impact on scope, time, or cost, we would say this is a risk. If this is the impact is positive, what will you call that? An opportunity. And if it is negative, you will call it a threat.
Okay.
Risks are evaluated for impact. How much impact every risk? No, you identified a risk, right? You said that today is very slippery. I might have an accident, right? I might have an accident because the roads are very slippery. So, what is the impact? So, where are you going? What is your scope? Maybe your scope is to reach your office, and you say, okay, if I get injured, I won't be able to do my job, office work, and office work will suffer. That could be the impact on the scope. Or maybe it could be an impact on time. I'll get to the office late. Or maybe it will cost me money due to the accident. I have to pay money for repairs. So this could be scope, time, or cost. And then it is not only the impact, how severe is the impact? How like the severity this risk has, and possible advance notice. How soon could I know that my car is about to slip? Right? What is the advance notice? Maybe I say I have got strong brakes, so 5 seconds before the accident, I will have a notice of 5 seconds, right? You understand my point? So this advance notice is kind of a sensor which is trying to trigger a response, which is trying to tell you the risk you have anticipated is coming your way. It is on its way to you. It is just going to strike you in the next 5 seconds or something like that. So risk has an impact, risk has a severity, and risk has some kind of advance notice to help prioritize them so that project managers can plan around risks in advance. Because this is uncertainty and you have time to plan about these things. So yes, why not? You can always plan about these things in advance. I hope to some extent you are okay with it. When you identify risks, whether positive or not negative, they must be recorded, they must be documented in a document called risk register. Just like phone book or phone log or something like that, where you just make a list of whatever risk is identified and then write some characteristics in front of it, right? You say risk number this, and this is the statement of the risk, and this might be affecting my scope, and this much effect to the scope, this much effect to the time, and this much effect to the cost, and so on and so forth. Whatever you know about that risk, you try to jot it down in that register. So that is a very important document, the risk register. If a risk realizes, it ceases to be a risk. It is no more a risk. It becomes an issue, right? So what are issues? Issues are conditions or situations that may have an impact on the project objective. Now, this has become a situation or condition which is now existing. Risk was a condition which was likely to exist. It did not exist. Issues are conditions which are existing right now. That means they may have resulted from a risk. If a risk has occurred, that has become an issue. And how do you deal with issues? The project manager maintains a list of all issues. Just like we had a risk register, here we need to have an issue log. Got it? Issue log. The issue log captures information about a question or discovery, who first raised it, who will research it, what impact it might have on the project, and by when the next update and our resolution recommendation is expected. Generally, when you raise an issue, and put it down in an issue log, you also mention who is the concerned person, who is the person who should be allocated this issue. And generally we give, in normal conditions, up to 2 weeks for a response from that person. That person should either resolve that or escalate that issue to some next level, right? So this all is recorded in your issue log. Then comes the assumptions. Assumptions that we have already discussed. These are facts about a project and its requirement that define special conditions around which the project must be planned and executed. But these are not real facts. These are replacement of facts, right? Where the fact is missing, I assume certain thing as a fact. I replace that, I put it down as a temporary fact, right? How do you deal with them? Assumptions create a set of operating conditions for the project that need to be built into planning, budgeting, and execution steps. So whatever I have put in as an assumption, that will be used in planning as if it was a fact. But what if my assumption was wrong? Whole my calculation will go wrong. Therefore, as soon as the actual fact about that item has become available, I should immediately replace the assumption with that real fact. Okay, constraints. Constraints are the best thought of as project boundaries or limits. You should not cross the limit, right? So what are the limits defined as far as a time, cost, and scope are concerned? For example, you have put in a constraint that project, if the project is delayed more than 10 days, then it is a failure, right? It is a failure. So this is a constraint. It cannot get delayed more than 10 days. Similarly, you have limited funding available and you say, if the project exceeds this amount, that is a failure. That is not allowed. Similarly, scope, as I said, we may accept a deliverable out of a project with a minor adjustments, little, fixings, but, both parties should agree on scope. So the scope should be revised accordingly, and that is within the limit. That is a limit defined for scope. How do you deal with that? These constraints? Constraints may shift and change. You are running the project, and in the first week of the project, maybe money is no concern, but time is a big concern. My boss wants me to move fast, but immediately the next week, my boss is more interested. Why have you spent more money? So suddenly, whole of the focus has shifted from time to money, and ultimately that becomes a constraint. So the constraints will keep shifting throughout the life of the project, and you have to adjust accordingly, because the things will be changing in the project plan will be amended, revised, and things. So as and when any change is brought into the project, the constraints will also shift. So it is your responsibility as a project manager to balance competing constraints throughout the project. This is kind of a juggler's job. You have to balance it. You have to be very careful, because this is a very tiring job. All the time things are changing. Sometimes, you're looking at the time, and sometimes, boss is more interested in scope, and sometimes more interested in something else. So you have to balance it all very carefully. Balancing these shifting constraints is an ongoing project activity. This is your fate as a project manager. This is your job. This is what you do. You are a juggler. You kind of juggle these various options. You balance competing constraints. Okay, consider the project impact. Yeah, yes, Taima.
Sorry, but when we talk about the limits, you mentioned the time and cost or scope. But what about, yes, here, thank you. But what about the equality? Is it essential or not?
Okay, a very interesting question, very good question. Basically, these are the first three constraints, and the natural, in hierarchy. If you ask me if there could be a fourth constraint, I would agree it could be quality. But the question is, if there is some problem with quality, will it not affect the scope, or time, or cost? Any one of them.
Again,
Quality will always impact one of them. Therefore, if I don't mention quality as a constraint, still it works, because I am watching the time and cost and scope. So if anything goes wrong with the quality, I can fix it by time, cost, and scope. And there are many things, resources. If resources are missing, if other thing, contracts go wrong, whatever goes wrong in the project, in human resource, in stakeholder, in communication, everything will impact either time or cost or scope. Agree or not?
yeah, I agree with you, yes.
But if you still insist, I fully agree with you. If there was a fourth constraint, that could be quality.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, consider the impact of project risk. Risk has a potential to create both uncertain, negative and positive events or conditions on a project. Is it true or is it false?
True. True.
True.
Tamara, you want to say something?
Yes, it's true.
True. Okay. Toria?
Yes, true.
True. Okay. And Taima?
Yeah, true. I agree with them.
Okay, good. Good enough. So that's that. So this is a very simple question. We have explained it very well. We are now very clear. Our risk is kind of uncertain activity, which could be positive, which could be negative. And, I also told you the names for that. Negative is a threat and positive is a opportunity. So yes, this is correct. Just a moment. Just give me a moment. Let me see if the last slide or what. Okay. Consider, yeah, we have done that. Okay, he wants me to do this. Okay. And if I said no, then this is wrong answer. Wrapping up this chapter summary, we talked about the project. We talked about the project management, understanding it, then benefits of project management. We differentiated between the project and operations. We differentiated between the programs and portfolios. We talked about the project management process groups, initiating, planning, execution, monitoring, and control, and closing. And we talked about the project management challenges, which were assumptions, risks, issues, and constraints. Right? We talked about all of this. This brings me to the end of second chapter, right? So this is 1 o'clock your time. Is it your lunch time or what?
Kind of, yes.
Yeah.
It's lunchtime.
Lunchtime. So should we have a break for lunch, or how much break do you want? Half
Thoraya,
an
if you
hour
can.
or 45 minutes?
Thoraya, what do you think?
It's
We
45
usually,
or 1 hour.
yeah,
Usually take
exactly.
1 hour.
We usually take
I
1
think
hour.
for 45 minutes would be fine, because 1 hour is too big, too much for you.
Okay.
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 Okay. Okay,
So,
thank you.
what I'll do is I'll put on your clock timer, as if you
Okay.
know where we are. That will be 40. 5 minutes starting now. Here it is. So you can have your break and then get back after 45 minutes and we'll meet again. Thank you and take care.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Are you guys back?
Yes, hello, welcome back.
Yes, hello.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, that's nice that we are back. I think few more people are joining subsequently. So we will start off. This is our third lesson, and that is about organizing for project performance. We are going to talk about how to set up your team for success. Most efficiently, high-performing team, how can we develop that? That is what is the purpose of this session, and here we will discuss the project performance domains, stakeholders, project manager role, very important topics for your CAPM exam, emotional intelligence and people skills, project organization structures, and team performance domain. So, taking them up one by one. So how much do you know about these things? Let's ask few questions. First question is, anyone who is either positively or negatively affected by the potential outcome of the project is considered as a sponsor, stakeholder, customer, or product owner. Yes, please. Dana?
Number 2, stakeholder.
Say again.
Stakeholder.
Stakeholder, right. Okay. Anyone else? Tamara?
I honestly feel like it's more than one. I don't know if that's possible.
More than one, right. You think all of them?
I mean, I'm sure about stakeholder and customer and owner and sponsor. Yeah, all of them.
All of them. Okay, good, good. Anyone else? Okay. So right, you're both right, but you see, the first answer is more accurate. Why? Because stakeholder means anyone and everyone who has anything to do with a project. Sponsor is a stakeholder, customer is a stakeholder, product owner is a stakeholder. Everybody who has to do anything with the project is a stakeholder. Therefore, the best response would be stakeholder. Correct?
Yeah.
So this is the right answer. Next question is, which of these issues standard document templates, oversees project management, and reviews project documentation to be sure that project follows the standards for your organization? Is it testing unit? It is quality assurance board, steering committee, or the project management office? Okay, Musa?
Yeah, I think that might be the quality assurance board, and it might be the project management office.
Office, okay. Tamara?
Yeah.
I think it's quality assurance.
Quality assurance, okay. Christine?
Yes, maybe I would say like quality assurance board with coordination with the project management office, like working together.
Okay. Any other responses? Yeah, Dana?
Number 4, project management office.
Project management office, right. Right. Okay. So we have two answers as project management office and two answers as quality assurance. Rather, one is about quality assurance plus the PMO. Well, most of the votes are for PMO. So I would say PMO is the right answer. But you see, let me explain. Quality assurance board has something to do with the quality of the process. We'll talk about quality. there are two things in quality. One is called quality assurance, and the other is called quality control. So he's specifically talking about the quality assurance, which has to deal with the quality of the process, right? It has nothing to do with the documentation, overall project management, template. This is not the issue of quality. This is the issue of project management office, or if there is no project management office, then the project manager himself takes care of this, right? But who issues the standardized documentation? Naturally, a PMO should be there, which should be issuing a standard documentation template to all the projects and all the programs running under there, right? So the correct answer would be the project management office. Third question. Which of these project performance domains deals with the activities and functions associated with certainty about the scope and quality that a project is undertaken to achieve? Are we talking about planning, or project work, or delivery, or measurement? Scope and quality. Yes, please.
Maybe measurement.
Maybe what? Measurement. Okay, okay.
Measurement, yeah.
Anyone else? Musa?
Actually, I agree with here.
Measurement. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what is the right answer. Right answer is delivery. You see, I must clarify this, that the requirements you have established in the beginning for the product are to be checked through two perspectives. First, we should see, it's talking about activities and functions associated with certainty about the scope and quality. And scope and quality. Scope is about the project and the product. Quality is also about the product and the project. As far as the scope is concerned, as far as the scope of the product is concerned, we are dealing with scope validation, right? And as far as the process of the scope is concerned, we will be having a process to control the scope. Similarly, in quality, we have got, for the product purposes, we have quality control. For process purposes, we have quality assurance. Now, let us focus on the certainty that scope and quality have been accomplished. That could only be considered accomplished when that deliverable is delivered to the customer and is acceptable, right? And that goes through first the quality control that verifies that the product is okay. Yes, you said measurement. Well, all the measurements are taken there in the quality control. And then scope validation occurs, which ensures the final acceptance criteria, right? Once these two conditions are met, the deliverable is considered accepted, right? I know there is a little confusion. There is no mention of deliverable as such, and that's why it is confusing. But if you look at the word certainty, activities and functions associated with certainty points to the deliverable, right? And that is through the scope and quality. First, the quality control, quality control will verify the product, and scope validation will validate the product, and ultimately it will be accepted. That is related to delivery. Fine. Okay, that's that. So how did you do out of these three questions? I don't suppose that everything is all right, but you see, We have not studied these things so far, so no problem if you were not able to answer all the questions right. First, talking about the stakeholder. Okay, I have already described to you that stakeholder could be anyone who has positive or negative impact on the project. You know, that is interesting to note. Just like risk, we said there are positive risk and negative risk. Similarly, stakeholders are also positive and negative, right? But stakeholders could be, key stakeholders and other stakeholders. They could be big stakeholders and small stakeholders. They could be external stakeholders and internal stakeholders. They could be team members, or they could be, kind of people who are, unrelated, apparently unrelated to the project, but they have some interest in the project. So anyone who has any interest in the project, no matter whether that is external or internal, that is small or large, that is, wherever that person is, that would be considered as a stakeholder. Key stakeholders, yes, of course, I do understand that they are more important stakeholders. These are the key stakeholders. So can you think of some key stakeholders? Can you name them? Yes, please. Any stakeholder you can name. And that, yeah. Turia, tell me what stakeholder is in your mind and what is the role of that stakeholder in the project?
Beneficiaries, the one who will benefit from the projects, the government, the sponsor, the project manager, or anyone affects or related to this project.
Okay. But let us focus on specific. Just take one of them.
Government.
Government. Okay, government. How does the government benefit from your project?
Maybe because as a non-profit organization, we help the government to have a better community. So maybe we can help them in better policy for increase the policy or advocacy for any policy, or improve the community to be more engaged in their rules, to be more aware of their rules and their policies, and how they can be a better citizen or something like that.
Good. But you see, government would be benefited ultimately, because whenever there is a project, it is for the benefit of the organization. If organization excels, the businesses excel in your country, the government ultimately is benefited by the revenues coming to the country, right? Secondly, the government has its certain policies and regulations, and those regulations are being followed by these projects. So naturally, you are a stakeholder to them because you have to enforce those regulations on them, right? So this is another purpose why the government is a very important stakeholder, and maybe they are sitting in, a member of the government might be sitting in the project board. It's very much possible, very much possible. Anyone else who can relate to some other stakeholder, key stakeholder, important stakeholder? Yes, Emma.
I would say maybe the CBOs or the youth centers we work with. Like we're empowering their youth and like giving them tools and like raising their awareness, giving them like more knowledge to be empowered, and this is kind of sustainability for them.
Okay, what was the stakeholder you mentioned?
I mentioned the CBOs and the youth centers.
Okay, right.
I'm not sure if it's right, but yeah.
Right, good. Abdul Rahman Nasser?
Okay, if we work with the business, the clients are the stakeholders, but if we work with organization, the beneficiaries as the stakeholders. because they define the project requirement
Okay,
we need.
you mean the customer?
Yes.
Okay. Customer, yes, of course, customer is direct beneficiary. And Dana, what is in your mind?
Maybe the sponsors or donors for the
Sponsor.
project.
Okay, because sponsor is the boss of the project manager, right? So he actually gives the charter to the project manager, and he looks after, all the change requests and all. He is the authority, right? Very right, very right. Okay, fine. So these are some of the examples of the stakeholder. Very good. Okay, client. Yes, of course, client is the stakeholder. Designer is the stakeholder, and contractor is a stakeholder. Government is a stakeholder, and you yourself, you as a project manager or as a team member, whatever the position you are in, you're working in the project, you are also a stakeholder. So yes, all of them relate to the project, benefit from the project, and contribute to the project in some way or the other. Okay, if you want to look at the stakeholders, let us look at them in these three concentric circles. It is just like an onion, onion, we have got, we keep peeling off the surface and another surface comes out and all. At the core of it, the people who actually do the job, the project manager, the project management team, and the project team. What is the difference between a project management team and a project team? Who will answer that?
Sorry, can you repeat it again?
What is the difference between project management team and the project team?
I think the project team is everyone who is involved in the project. Maybe whether communications, maybe M&E, maybe logistics teams, I think. Project management, the people who are responsible only for managing the project.
Very good. Project management team, project manager
right?
is the big boss of the project, and naturally project management team would be the subordinate supervisors, assistants, or various team leads and all those people. They are the project management team, and the people who actually work as labor are kind of at the lowest level, who actually make things happen. They are the project team, right? So they are definitely the stakeholder because they are the people, they are the worker bees, they are actually doing it. And over that layer, then naturally you are within your own organization, there must be some controlling mechanism, there must be some governing body, there must be some project management office. By the way, project management office is not always there in every organization. It is kind of an optional thing, but it is always good to have. And if there is a PMO in your organization, that will definitely be your stakeholder, right? But anyways, if it is not there, then the steering committee or the governance body or whomsoever, they all will be stakeholder. And I would say sponsor should also be mentioned here. Sponsor is not part of the project itself. I mean, that is a person sitting between the innermost circle and the outer circle. I mean, the middle circle. That is a person who actually orders the project manager to work and organize and do things. Therefore, all the orders are coming through the project manager. So this is sitting right at this place. If you can see that, where is my arrow? On the border of the inner circle and the middle circle, here is the sponsor, right? And then we have got outer circle, that is the people who are outside of the organization, but they are interested in the project and they have got some stakes in the project. There could be people who are your contractors, your suppliers, your vendors, your customer, end user, other regulatory body, government, general public, media, as the case may be, according to your need. So those people can be the stakeholders. So when you are identifying the stakeholders, do not ignore any of these circles. Try to capture as many as possible. when you are listing down the stakeholders, you should not only note down the key stakeholders, you should note down all the possible stakeholders, no matter how big or small, how internal or external, or negative or positive. Try to list down everyone. Later, we can always sort them out and try to find who are the key stakeholders amongst them. Because if we do the first exercise, that will make it possible that we don't miss out on any stakeholder. And then when we create a list of key stakeholders, that would be a very appropriate and relevant list. So that is how you identify your stakeholders. Coming over to the role of project manager. So ideally, assigned during the initiation phase of a project, right? Now, we need to debate that. Project has got 5 process groups. Remember that? I have shown it to you in an earlier question. You remember initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. Although
Yes.
these 5 process groups only happen in a predictive project, in adaptive project, you cannot map them exactly like that. But one thing is certain, whether the project is adaptive or it is predictive, both have to be initiated. Both have to be initiated. So this is the place where the order for the project is given that it can be started, it can be initiated, right? So that means the business case has already been developed by the business analyst. And based on that business case, the organization has decided that this project should be started. It has been allowed. Now, they have appointed a project sponsor and maybe a steering committee or something like that, where the key stakeholders are sitting. And project sponsor is also part of that steering committee. And project sponsor is the person who is directly made responsible for initiating the project. So project sponsor is supposed to write a document, write an order for the project manager after the project manager is assigned. So project manager is ideally assigned during the initiation phase of the project, where a charter is written down by the sponsor for the project manager. It is kind of an order for the project manager to mobilize the resources and start work of the project, right? So this is a formal order, and this order contains a little bit of detail, what this project is all about, what are you going to do, and if there are any major constraints, any major key stakeholders, a very brief document with a little bit of hint of everything, and maybe you provide a copy of all the documents created by the business analyst, the business case, and the benefit management plan. These are the 2 documents which are created by the business analyst. 2 documents, which are the 2 documents? Business case and the benefits management plan, right? You may relate it to our discussion of benefit realization. So benefit management plan is the responsibility of the business analyst, as well as the business case both are developed by the business analyst, and both of these documents are jointly called business documents. Based on these 2 business documents, the project charter is created by the project sponsor, and he may be the signatory, he may be the person issuing the order of starting the project. A project charter is being issued by the project sponsor, or in some cases, it might be that the whole steering committee collectively signs it. They all sign it, sign the charter. But this all depends whether they have allowed the project sponsor to do it, or they want to do it all by themselves. But anyways, project sponsor is the link between the steering committee and the project manager, right? Major responsibilities related to project initiation, planning, organization, execution, control, and reporting. So basically, they are briefly described. I'm not saying this is going to be described in detail in the charter, but generally it will hint on what the project manager is supposed, how the project manager is supposed to perform his duties, right? So charter is not a very long document. It is a very small document. It could be 1 page or maybe 2 or 3 pages long. It should not be a very lengthy document. So this is one thing, ideally assigned during the project manager is also assigned during that stage, and charter is issued there. And project manager then would be responsible for any after the charter is received. Project manager will will work on initiation activities, which are very few. He has to identify the stakeholders and kind of make a list of all of them and all that. And then planning is very detailed. In planning, all the 10 knowledge areas, like, scope, time, cost, quality, risk, and so on and so forth, all of them are planned in detail, and then they are integrated into the project management plan. That is done in planning. And naturally, how the organization, how the project organization is going to look like. Will it be, what approach are you going to be using in your project? Will it be, what methodology will be using? Will it be predictive project? Will it be a hybrid project? Will it be a adaptive project? And which life cycle are you going to be using it? And how are you going to be organized for the project? This is all part of planning. Then is execution, and then monitoring and control, and all of that throughout till the end of the project. Project manager is responsible for everything. Okay. A good project manager is a good leader. Definitely, I think you all understand why I'm saying that a project manager has to be a good leader. Because you see, project manager's responsibility is not to do the project work all by himself. Anyone who is interested to do everything by his or her own hand may not be a good leader, right? It is an example of a introspective guy who cannot manage people, who cannot get the work done, and he is good at doing all the work all by himself or herself, right? So this person is more of a leader than a worker. So he should be able to get the job done from his subordinates. Then he should be a great communicator. Because remember, more than 90% of the time of project manager is spent in communication, whether he's reporting, whether he's instructing, whether he's advising, coaching, mentoring, discussing, reporting, whatever he is doing, most of the time he is communicating, right? So as far as the spade work is concerned, that is the work of the team. The leader should not get involved in everything. It should not, in a way, I should say, he should not micromanage. Then he should be good at conflict resolution, problem solving, negotiations, and skills like that. These are the power skills. These are the soft skills a project manager should have. Should be a very good conflict manager. Conflicts, where do the conflicts arise? Conflicts normally arise within the team or within the stakeholders, right? And problems also arise like that. And what about the negotiations? Negotiations are happening normally with the other parties like vendors, suppliers, contractors, and all that. Then an effective negotiator, that is for that aspect, I said negotiator. Negotiations are happening here with outside parties. So he should be an effective negotiator. And last but not the least, good at team development and coaching. As I said earlier, most of the time is spent in communication, but naturally guiding the team, developing the team building exercises, coaching, mentoring, counseling, or doing all that is also a big responsibility of the project manager. Okay, now let us look at the talent triangle. Now, look at this. Basically, PMI has, kind of evolved into a very mature organization. And very recently, about 5 years back, they came up the idea of this triangle. This is called a talent triangle. They say it is not enough for a project manager to be technically sound about project management, that he should know all the approaches and methodologies and tools and techniques and all that. Yes, that is important. And whether it's to be done adaptive or predictive or whatever mechanism, this is all part of the way of working. That there can be different ways of working, different methodologies, different approaches, and every approach may have its own tools, set of skills, tools, and techniques. So whatever is suitable for your organization, for your project, you select your own way of working, and all the technical work of the project and skills and all that is included in this part. That is technical project management and the right tools at the right time. Moreover, another very important aspect which normally the project managers miss out is the business acumen. I have seen that project managers don't bother to know and understand why are they doing what they are doing. They are just interested in whatever job has been given to them. They are just interested in accomplishing that. They don't want to know and they don't want to understand why are we doing this project. That is a very important aspect. A project manager should know why are we doing this. That means he has to look into the business case which was developed by the business analyst. He has to look into the benefit management plan. He has to look into the organizational strategy which this project is satisfying. And he has to confirm that whatever we are doing in our project remains aligned with the strategic and business goals and objectives. Right? So whatever the business analyst has created, we have to follow that, as well as where our organization is going, we have to align with that. So whatever is the vision, mission of the organization, strategic objectives of the organization, and which strategic objective this project is going to fulfill, it should have a detailed knowledge about that. I am not saying that project manager is going to be a kind of the person involved in strategic management, not at all. But he should know and understand the strategic plan of the organization. As if he can say that the project we are doing is exactly moving in the right direction in alignment with the strategic objectives of the organization and the business. So that is the strategic and business management. That is one part of the business acumen. And then cultivate effective decision making. There is a hierarchy of decision making, and then you should be able to make right decisions. If you don't know the big picture, if you don't know why we are doing what we are doing, so naturally your decisions are not going to be that effective. Third vertex of the talent triangle is the power skills, and they are all soft skills like collaborative leadership, communication, innovative mindset, for purpose orientation, empathy, emotional intelligence, all the soft skills, conflict management, leadership, everything is included in power skills, right? So to be a good project manager, you have to excel in all three areas, right? And as far as the PMP certification and CAPM certifications are concerned, you will get questions from all three areas, right? I don't say that most of the questions you are equal, there will not be equal distribution of questions. Naturally, because ways of working is a very large area, maybe you are getting more questions from here, a little bit questions from business acumen, and enough questions from power skills. But yes, of course, you will be asked everything. You can't say that I know project management and I know how to make a schedule and all that, so I can pass the exam. Probably if you have poor power skills or soft skills, you probably will fail there. Or maybe if you don't have a good business acumen, then again, you don't have a chance to pass. But anyways, I don't want to really make you afraid of this exam. This is not a very tough exam. CAPM is an entry-level exam. And trust me, just after attending this course, you are capable of sitting the exam and passing it in one go, right? But you just have to get a bit serious about it, right? This is not really very tough. This is easy, you can do it, but you have to cover all of these areas. Okay, then comes creating through value through project management. How can we create value through project management? Any ideas from your side? How can that be possible? How do we create value? First of all, you must understand what is value, right? So who can tell me what is value from the organizational perspective, right? What is the value you are delivering to the organization or to the customer? How do you explain that? Anyone?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part of the question?
I'm asking you, what do you mean by value, or in other words, organizational value or business value, and how does project manager relate to that?
I have an example. I'm not sure if it's correct.
Oh, sure.
One aspect of value could be quality. So for example, quality of the product, of the service, of the output, and through good project management and proper project management, you can manage to produce high quality.
High quality and add value to whatever the purpose of the organization is, whether it is the organizational strategy, it is increase in business, it is revenues or whatever. You add something. Whenever you do a project, you add some value to the organization and the customer. Yes, Taima?
Also, maybe the benefits or the positive outcomes.
You are right, but you see, benefits come a little at a lower tier than the value, right? When the benefits are realized, ultimately the value will be delivered. As a result of benefits, the value will be delivered. Yes, you are right from that perspective, but benefit is a lower tier than the value. Value is a higher tier. Sarah?
Could it be a financial value, which means an amount of money that the project gained?
Yes, of course. That is the
other
biggest
than
thing. Whatever you do must be financially sound, must be earning profits to the organization, must be, beneficial for the customer from the financial point of view and all. Yes, of course, definitely. And Ikram? Ikram, are you there?
You are muted, Ikram.
Okay, sorry. I think that values within organizational terms could be like a set of principles or the set of things that the organization want to make sure that it is shown or achieved within each of the programs or projects that they are doing. And the project manager here or the project management could contribute in validating and making sure that let's say the overall results of the project contributing to this value.
Of course. So you see, value could be in any shape. It could be kind of adding value to the organizational worth. It could be financial, it could be strategic, or it could even be from the customer perspective, but value should be added. When we deliver something to the customer, we are basically adding value to the customer. We are adding value to the customer. When we earn a profit from a contract or a project, we are delivering value to the organization, right? So project management is all about value delivery. We always create value. So if you look at the three vertices of a tail end triangle, you will see in the ways of working, we would be doing the scheduling and financials and issue logs will be created, risk metrics and work plans, all kinds of work plans, like all knowledge areas. Quality assurance procedures are documented. I'm not exactly naming the exact document, but there are separate documents created from it. It's just a summary of things, a short summary, what all is prepared as part of the ways of working. As far as the business acumen is concerned, we work with a project sponsor, right? We try to understand what the project sponsor mindset is, what is the strategy, implement that strategy that maximizes the business value. You see, if you come to understand that whatever we are doing in this project is not actually adding any value to my own organization, then question arises, why are you doing it? That means there is a lack of understanding. There is a problem. If we are not benefiting our organization in any way, if you are not delivering any business value, then why are we doing this project at all, right? Then you should understand the bigger picture. What is the mission or the vision of this organization? What are the strategies? What are the different goals and objectives? What are the products and services? So this is like a drill down kind of approach. So whatever you are doing is in a way linked upwards until it reaches the vision. If there is a misalignment in any one of these things, then you are not having a good understanding of business acumen. Third and vertex is the power skills. Here we have establishing and maintaining a vision. Naturally, we talked about the vision, mission, and all that. So you should, okay, what does it mean? It means there is a vision of the organization, but there is a vision of the project as well. Project manager is the visionary who will give the vision for the project to his team and protect that vision, right? So establishing and maintaining a vision at the project level, using critical thinking, critical and analytical thinking, right? Logical thinking, then motivating others. Like a leader, he would always keep all of his team members and rather than all of the stakeholders motivated and hold hands with them to go along. Displaying interpersonal skills. A lot of communication going on, a lot of interpersonal skills, resolving issues, talking to people, a lot many things, interpersonal skills and communication skills, and with contractors and vendors, we are having negotiation skills being applied. So by doing all this, all of this, we are actually creating value through project management. Okay, another very interesting topic, and that is emotional intelligence and people skills. Within the people skills, there were a lot many things, but the one thing is emotional intelligence, which is too sensitive and too interesting. Do you have any idea what do I mean by emotional intelligence? Yes, please. What do I mean by emotional intelligence? Yes, Marina.
Yeah, I think it's about it's a skill, and it's about to understand people's emotions and to analyze them.
Good.
And
good.
how to put them and apply them in the business somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, very good, very nice. And Sarah, what do you say?
It's about understanding my feelings and others' feelings and balancing between them
Okay,
and
good.
measuring the feedback and yeah.
Exactly. Okay, when you talked about your feelings and the others' feelings, can you relate it with the term empathy?
To what exactly?
You heard
To
about
empathy?
empathy, yeah.
I don't know. Can you give me an example, for instance?
Okay, I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it.
Okay.
Let's first talk about the essential leadership skills, and I will explain that. Okay, right. So you have to demonstrate your leadership skills and be aware of your leadership style. You see, you can exercise a different kind of leadership style in different environments, right? Sometimes when you're kind of working with the in construction or in some kind of thing where people are just the workers, they're just the labor, right? So you may be a little more dictatorial, autocratic, and you can order around, you do this, you do that, that kind of thing. Or on the other hand, you could be participative, or you could be, completely working side by side with the team. All the decisions might be taken by the team themselves. And, you have to see what kind of project you are doing and what kind of leadership skill you need and what kind of leadership style you can employ, right? So if you are a person with a rigid personality, just having an autocratic working style, you won't be successful as a project manager, because project manager has to be highly flexible and adaptable. He should change his style according to the need of the project. That is what is required. So demonstrate your knowledge of team building. Every time you're not going to have the same team. Every time you have an assignment, you will gather up a completely unique team who may not have worked together ever before, and now you have to groom them into a high performing team. That is a big challenge for a project manager, and that is a good project manager who excels at that. He can make a new team and make them perform at the optimum level. At the optimum level, that is what is required of a project manager. Demonstrate the ability to work productively as part of a project team. Now, I don't mean by saying that project manager starts working manually on the job, because what I need to ensure is that project manager does not micromanage. That is more important to me. And well, if at all project manager understands what they are working, and he can guide them and help them in understanding that much is okay. He should understand. He should have the ability to work productively, but I'm not asking him to himself do the job. The job should be done by the project team, and project manager should be able to manage them effectively, no matter what leadership style he is exercising, but he should be able to manage them effectively. Then the biggest thing is keep your team motivated. You see, if you are dealing with other kind of non-living resources, machines, inventories, materials and all, you don't have to motivate a machine to work harder. But humans have emotions. They have intelligence. So they may get tired. They may get hungry. Machine doesn't get hungry. So when you're dealing with people, you have to deal like people. So you have to motivate them. And for motivation, naturally, it's a big discussion, but I'll just leave it to you to understand that this is one of your responsibilities, essential leadership skills, to motivate your team. And actually resolving conflicts. There will be many conflicts, and conflicts are good, but conflicts can be dangerous when they grow out. When they remain unresolved, they become a big problem. But generally, I would consider conflicts as constructive, right? Because a conflict which we can manage, we can control, we can understand, and we can improve on, probably a good team will never go beyond that level. they will not go to the next level of conflict. Okay, intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Can anyone explain what is the difference between intrinsic and extrinsic? Very simply, simple words. Tamara?
Okay, so I think intrinsic motivation is motivation that comes from like within yourself.
Yes.
Maybe personal goals, personal motivation, and extrinsic is like outside factors, maybe your salary, maybe compensations, leaves, whatever advantages that your job may give you.
Okay, good, very good, very good. So, can you give me an example of intrinsic motivation coming from within? Intrinsic motivation, just you have already explained it, but what could be an intrinsic motivation? Anyone? Tamara?
Maybe let's say you want to move up to a higher position. Is that considered intrinsic motivation? Like the will to achieve something bigger.
Okay. Right. Okay. We'll talk about it. But Mariana, you tell me, which is more powerful?
More powerful for me is intrinsic motivation.
Extrinsic is coming from outside, right? And
No,
intrinsic.
intrinsic, like coming from
Intrinsic.
myself because
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. Okay. To understand that, let us look at this diagram. This is called the Maslow hierarchy of needs theory. Have you ever seen this diagram or heard about it or read it somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, of course, of course. All of you? Anyone who have never seen that?
Me, I have never seen this.
Okay. Okay. You see, Maslow was a social scientist. Back in 1970, he gave the idea of Maslow hierarchy of need. He says that everyone may have different needs. Everyone may have different needs. So when you need to motivate them, you have to look at the specific needs of that person and accordingly provide motivation. A person, you cannot have a template. You can't say that, okay, I'll give, reward to everyone, financial reward to everyone. Everyone does not need financial reward, right? Therefore, to understand what levels of need people may have, he created this pyramid, and at the lowest bottom level is the majority of people who are kind of at the survival level, or what you can call it, that these are the people who are at the very basic or to the animal instinct level. That is that a human being needs to eat, sleep, drink. So these are the basic needs of a human being. So if a person is hungry, and that means he needs food. You understand that? If a person is hungry, that needs food. So give him the work and give him the food in response. That is what he needs. You can't say that I will give you a certificate, I'll give you a medal, I'll give you a promotion. What kind of a promotion can help him when he is hungry, when he wants to have some water? So that is a basic level. And once your survival needs or your basic needs are fulfilled, that is the time when you start thinking about the next level, and that is the security. While you are hungry, you were not bothered about how secure you are. But as soon as you are hungry, as soon as you are well fed and you are rested, then you say, okay, I am not secure. I am threatened by something, right? So the next level of need is, once your survival needs are fulfilled, the next level is security need, right? Okay. So when a person is in the basic need level, that is very difficult to, engage them, because they are completely hungry, doesn't listen to you. You say, come and do this work, first give me food, then I'll do something, right? So he's completely disengaged. And a person who is not secure is also not exactly disengaged, but this guy is kind of not really very engaged and all like that. But when the security needs are also fulfilled, like, your office gives you a salary and a home to stay and a security and all that, that is when you start developing a sense of belonging. The next level is sense of belonging, that now, because you have food in your tummy, you have security, and now you need to make friends. Your office colleagues, some of them you will like to get acquainted with, you want to exchange ideas, you may want to learn more from someone and things like that. So sense of belonging, social skills, they are advanced. This is where the engagement, they get engaged. People get engaged. That is the best way. In a group, you can engage the people. The same community people, you can motivate them and talk to them and all that. As far as the survival and security is concerned, that is at the individual level. You can kind of give him food or security and then try to, get some job out of that guy, but that is not really very good engagement. The next higher level is, we generally call it self-respect, right? The person, naturally, you were friends, you had many colleagues with whom you interact with. Now, you look at yourself as better than some of them, and you want that I should be promoted to the next level, I should have a better office, I should have a better position. This is, your importance is increasing, your self-respect is increasing, and you are more engaged, you are more tied up. You can be motivated. If you want the next promotion, you must work hard. If you want this benefit, you must work like this. And so you are more engaged. And the highest level is called self-esteem or self-actualization. This is the level where a person has achieved most of the things in his or her life, and now this person is ready to give back to the society what he has acquired or achieved or learned, right? So they are kind of wise people sitting on top, and they can advise you, they can coach you, they can do a lot many things. So we must use these senior people who are at the self-actualization level in a very different role. Don't give them the donkey work. Give them the, highly engaging work where they can coach, they can motivate, they can do things, and, they can give solutions, trainings, and things like that. So this is how Maslow looks at the need theory. He created this need theory, and what I can get out of it is that we must appropriately provide motivation to different levels of need, right? Okay, if you understand that, let us look at another theory, which is created by Herzberg. And Herzberg created this theory in continuation to the Maslow theory. Basically, he took lead from that, but he said that there are upper order needs and lower order needs. Like in the previous diagram, he says the lower levels, survival, security, and belonging, these are, if you provide food to someone, if you provide security to someone, or you provide, companionship to someone, these are taken as granted. They're not, you can see these levels are disengaged, not engaged, almost engaged. So these are they do not provide much of motivation. The people think that it is their right to earn food, to get salary, to have a house, to have friends. These are considered to be rights. So people take them as granted, but you cannot expect them to work enormously, excellently, because these things are normal to them. They will behave on average level. Okay, very fine. What if you don't give them these things? If you don't provide these things to your people, they will be demotivated. These things are called the demotivators. They will stop working. They will leave the job, right? But even if you provide them, there will not be a remarkable motivation in them. The upper level, higher order needs, that is like, self-esteem and respect and, kind of those things, these are actually motivational, right? So what does the Herzberg call them? Herzberg call them motivators and hygiene factors, right? Hygiene factors are those which are lower order things. Like, you get your salary, you get your working conditions, your physical workspace, your relationship with your colleagues, your relationship with your supervisor, quality of the supervisor, policies and rules. These are normal things. Yes, everybody has them, and everybody, if they are provided all these things, they are okay. They are not dissatisfied. The hygiene needs are fulfilled. The things that they suppose they are their rights, so they will perform at up to an average level. But if you want to give them some motivators, then look on the left-hand side. These are the satisfiers, are motivators. Performance and achievement, recognition, job status, responsibility, opportunity for advancement, personal growth. The work itself sometimes motivates, intrinsic kind of a thing. Improving these factors helps to increase job satisfaction. Now you understand that it is the projection of the same Maslow theory, but now it has been divided into two parts: the satisfiers, which are the motivators, and dissatisfiers, which are the demotivators, right? These are the hygiene factors. I hope you are with me on that.
Yes.
Are you all right with the Herzberg theory?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I will move ahead. Okay, here comes the emotional intelligence. I asked this question, and I said I will describe that, and I will also talk about empathy later. But emotional intelligence is a kind of intelligence. It is a capability to understand and influence not only one's own emotions, but also the emotions of others. And exactly that is what you people have said, right? So that is emotional intelligence, right? So I don't disagree with you. I do understand that you are on the right path. Now, let us look at how this emotional intelligence works. Look at this diagram. There are 4 quadrants here. Normally, if you don't have emotional intelligence, you will not even be able to recognize your own emotions. What do you really want? Because you are not self-aware. You don't know what you yourself want. What are your emotions? You yourself can't translate your emotions. So that is self-awareness. That is how do you affect the team and how the team affects you. You are aware about yourself. You are aware about your team, right? I know what I am, okay? That is self-awareness. If you are aware, that is the first step. If you are aware, then you can start thinking about improving the situation, improving the relationship. That is moving towards self-management, right? So think before you act, and you build trust. So here you just understood who you are and who the other people are, right? Their capabilities, their emotions. Yes, you are aware about them. You have not done anything about it. Now you are doing something about it. No, that is only at the self level. On the other hand, there has to be another parallel path, and that is, are you aware about your social surroundings? Who all are around you? Can you understand them? Can you, feel their feelings? Can you feel their feeling? This is exactly what is empathy. Be empathetic means that it is not kind of a sympathy. It's not just understanding another person. Empathy means that when somebody is expressing themselves, you try to think like them. You like to feel like them. If that person is cry, you cry like that. So that is empathy when you become that person for a moment, right? So empathy is when you behave or you start thinking like that person, and employ active listening. Active listening is also a great skill. I don't want to go into much of detail into it, but very broadly speaking, normally what we do is called passive listening. Like, you are sitting here, you are listening to me, and I'm speaking a lot many things. You are capturing some of them. Others are just passing by from right and left and above your head, and you may not capture everything what I am saying, right? What if I ask you to be more attentive? What will you do? You will be a bit more careful. You will try to jot down everything, write down everything. You like to listen carefully, but that is also not active listening. That is called effective listening. And in effective listening, you are trying to capture as much as you can. It is still better than passive listening, but this even does not capture the whole message. To capture the whole message, you have to do active listening. And active listening means engaging yourself with the speaker. If you are, talking to someone, talk into the, look into the eyes of that person. Try to, follow each and everything that person is saying. You know your capability, how much you can capture, right? How much message can you capture in your mind? And naturally, there is a overload limit in everybody's mind. Maybe you can listen to things for half an hour, and then probably your mind cannot absorb any more message. So what you do is, when you have absorbed the message of half an hour, it is your responsibility to review that message, whatever you have captured in the last half hour, and encapsulate that in a summarized statement, and present that in front of the speaker for confirmation purposes. Like you can say, sir, in the last half hour, probably you meant that this, you should not be speaking more than half a minute or a minute, but you should summarize whatever you have captured. Now, the benefit of this is, when you are asking this question from the speaker, there are many benefits out of it. Number one, many people who were sleeping around you in the class may wake up to that question, say, oh, what is she asking? What is this question? Why it didn't come to our mind, right? So they will wake up and they start listening if they were not listening already. Now, and the speaker will, number two benefit is, the speaker will be happy that somebody is trying to understand and has summarized the message and presented that message in front of him, and he would either confirm it or reject it, right? If he rejects it, he will give the correction. He will say, no, you don't understand this thing very correctly. This is what I meant to say. So that way, your learning is corrected, right? And if it is confirmed, the both parties are happy that we are on dot and everything is captured, and now we can proceed ahead. So that way, even if one person is asking question after every half hour or 45 minutes or 1 hour, you see, everybody will benefit from that. But the most benefit would come to that person who is exercising this active listening. Anyways, this is social awareness, that you are empathetic and you know the skill of active listening. Now is the time that we want to, exercise the social skills. That is the highest level, that is the next level. And you can move on to the upper quadrant, social skills. That is where you establish rapport with your team and your people around you, your boss, your team members. You build an effective team and you can manage attitude. Because you have been empathetic, you're doing active listening, you can understand them better, and now better relationships automatically will happen. This is the implementation of social awareness onto the real work. Now, if you want to groom yourself, there are two paths. You can start with self-awareness, move on to self-management, and then move on to social skills. You can get to the highest level. Or you can adopt the self-awareness, social awareness, and then move on to the social skills. But anyways, all of these four quadrants are important, right? And this is how you are going to build your personality and your emotional intelligence. Okay, then comes the project organizational structure. But before we start that, if you have any questions, you can ask that, and we can have a short break. Any questions?
It's clear. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
No, I think all is well. Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. So what we do is I will give you a break for about 10 minutes. You can have some cup of tea or something, and then you can get back and we'll move on. So let me initiate the counter. Okay, so we can have a 10-minute break, and here you go. Time starts now. Recording. Okay, we are a bit slow, and I think we have to move a little faster. This is probably the last topic in this lesson. We have to also start and finish the lesson number 4. We have just 2 hours, less than 2 hours left, but we'll go ahead and do that. Okay, organizational structures. Well, you might be very well conversant with what kind of organizational structures are there. What is the reporting hierarchy in your organization? What kind of organization structure are you having? There could be different kinds of organizational structures, and we must see that which kind of organization structure is most suited for your project. Because, organization structures are not created based on the choice of projects. It is created based on the functionality or the working of the organization, and some of the organization structures may not be very well suited for the project management. You should understand the role of projects in the organization, how important the projects are for organizations. Some organizations are purely operational and there are no projects running in it. So they are good with the functional way of governing the organization. Their organization structure is very functional according to the departments and all, and therefore they are not well suited for project management. So if your organization has running a lot many projects, then probably they would have restructured themselves for better management of projects. The different types of structures in which projects exist. Naturally, the hierarchy could be very different. The challenges that may arise in each of those structures could be different. So, first of all, look at the functional organizational structure, right? In a functional organization structure, maybe, the head of the organization, we have got the departmental heads that we call them functional heads. And under each functional head, there is members in that department. So these people are there and they are doing their functional work. They are not set up to do the projects, right? These people are not meant for project management. They are meant for their operational work. Now, what is happening is that you assign a project in this organization, and naturally, there is not going to be any separate team for that. So you give the responsibility of the project to one person who might be working under one of the functional managers like this, call him a project coordinator, and you tell him that you can take 2 people from here and 2 people from here, and that's how you can work it out. But naturally, he himself is under a functional manager, and those guys are also under some other functional manager. How the project coordinator will make sure that these people can be made available on time for the project work, and they can be dedicated for that. So what you will find is, even at times, his own functional manager will not spare him for the project work, but to call or talk about the other staff members coming from other departments, right? So this organization structure is very restrictive and very bad for running projects, right? Although you may run a little bit of projects there. I don't say in functional organizations you can't have project management. You do have project, but it's not very effective. It is not very effective. Now, what else we have? We can have another kind of a structure which is called a matrix structure. In a matrix structure, we give more responsibility, a little bit more authority to the project manager, and we can somehow put all the project managers under one PMO. Rather than having the project coordinator under a functional manager, we put all the project managers under one PMO, and they will get their people from other functional department. So at least there is a voice. This person, this PMO, or the manager of the project managers, would be directly connected with the chief executive, and whatever their problems are will be directly communicated to the chief executive. So they will be given better priority, and projects have a high likelihood of getting done. I hope you understand my point.
Yeah, it's clear for me.
Okay. If at all you have any problem, you can raise hand. Okay, Toria says okay, fine. And then we have got another organization structure. This is usually called the projectized organization structure, an organization which is designed around the project. There are no functions in this organization. Chief executive has established this organization just for the purposes of managing project. All heads of the departments are the project managers, and they have got project teams directly under them, dedicatedly available to them. They don't have to beg for those resources. They have got allocated funding, autonomy, and everything available. So this is the ideal environment in which the project can happen. But you see, as I said, it is an ideal environment, and it is generally not possible to have this kind of organization. In this organization, who will look after the functional or operational duties, if at all? Like, who is looking for their salaries and all? So either you make them fully autonomous. They all departments, all project managers should be responsible for taking care of their own autonomously taking care of their finances and everything. That much can be possible, but that is again very improbable. That is difficult. But anyways, in a way, I want to just expose it to you. The best possible ideal organization structure for running projects is this one. The worst one is this one, the functional one. And this is the middle ground. Matrix is the middle ground. And here the things somehow become possible in project management, and operations and functions all can go hand in hand at the same time, right? But naturally, there is no one solution to everything. Your organization might be having a blend of all of these 3 systems within one organization. There could be a compound kind of a structure in your organization. Well, in case of a functional organization, the authority of the project manager is little or none. There could be other kinds of structures also. The matrix structure could be explained further into three types. A weak matrix structure where the functional manager has more powers than the project manager. A strong matrix where project manager has more powers than the functional manager. And a balanced matrix where both exercise equal powers, right? So as far as the authority is concerned, the project manager can have kind of low or moderate authority in a balanced matrix, and moderate to high in a strong matrix, and high to total control, almost total control in a projectized structure. Similarly, resource availability is also a very similar pattern. Budget control, in the first two cases, functional manager is controlling, and in the last two cases, project manager is controlling it. And balanced, they are mutually sharing it. Role, as far as the project manager is concerned, project manager has to be part-time in the first two cases, functional and weak matrix. But in the last three cases, balanced, strong, and projectized, it could be, project manager could be dedicated, right? And same is true for the staff of the project. So if you want to say that what is the best one, ideal one is this one where total autonomy is available, projectized structure. But at the same time, I would say that is ideal, and that might not really be very possible. So strong matrix is your best bet. Strong matrix is your best bet. That if you can achieve that, that is wonderful. And minimal, you should go for a balanced matrix, right? A weak matrix and functional matrix do not really work well with projects. If you are okay with it, Sarah, you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting you again, but Tamara's in the waiting room. She wants to be joined.
I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Okay. Right. The next topic is about the project management office we already discussed about. Naturally, project management office is not part of the project manager or the project. Project management office is above the level of projects, or for that matter, in some cases, there could be one PMO, a centralized PMO, to look after all the projects as well as all the programs. But you see, you don't assume the PMO to be some kind of a boss. PMO is usually kind of coordinating body who provides the templates to all the project managers, to all the program managers, who provide maybe some kind of guidance or instructions to them and things like that, and collects reports from them, summarizes them, and presents these reports in a summarized format in a dashboard to the higher level executives, right? That is the actual job of a PMO, to act like a clerical office, right? Kind of an assistant support office. But at the same time, the powers of PMO can be increased. It can be delegated more power to make it more effective. So generally, it centralizes and coordinates the management of all projects, may provide support functions such as training, standardized policies, tools, archives of information. As far as the steering committee is concerned, that is different, because there may be a separate steering committee for every project. We call it a project steering committee. But I do understand, and I do agree, in some organizations, they may have a shared steering committee, which may be serving more than one project. But generally, it is a good practice to have a dedicated steering committee for every project, because all the orders about the project are actually coming from the steering committee. All the permissions, all the approvals, they are coming from the steering committee. So steering committee should be dedicated, and your sponsor is always part of the steering committee. So it consists of high-level executives or key stakeholders, used often for portfolio review. Well, okay. Steering committee, okay, he's probably talking about the steering committee at the organizational level, and not the project steering committee, right? It is, he's referring to the organizational steering committee that is kind of attached to the strategic management of the organization. So the top level executives are part of it. They look after the portfolio. Portfolio manager is directly working under that steering committee, the big steering committee, right? It cut across the organization lines and provides unified authority over priorities and resources. May also be called as change control board. There could be a little difference of opinion because change control board, if it is a centralized body, it could be at the organizational level, or it could even be at the PMO level. But it is very much possible that every project has its own steering committee, and that steering committee may also act as a change control board, right? So anyways, whatever the level is, we are not really concerned about that. If you have a steering committee at the project level, above the project level, immediately above the project level, then you can have your own change control board. Or if in case it is at the executive level, and they want to control everything centrally, then probably this can also work. Yes, Taima.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you please, how do a steering committee, about the steering committee, how is used often for portfolio reviews? Could you please explain more?
Steering committee?
How you use it, yeah, steering committee for portfolio reviews.
Actually, there is an
How it's
echo on
work.
your side. I can't really hear everything very clearly.
Now you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but there is an echo. Yes.
Now?
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I asked about the steering committee. Could you please explain more how the steering committee often used to portfolio reviews?
Okay. You see, in an organization, in an organization, you usually have various committees and various bodies, right?
Mm.
Have you heard about a governance body?
Governance what?
Governance, G-O-V-E-R, governance.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me write it down for you.
Governance, yeah, I hear it, yeah. I heard it before.
Okay.
But yeah.
We have got governance bodies in the organization. We have got strategic committees. We have got steering
committee.
Now, you see, generally speaking, strategic committee is at the very top. They are the people who make the strategy, right? The top executives sitting together and, debating on vision, missions, and all that. That is their job. But naturally, whatever they decide, whatever is established there, as I said, that must be known to everyone in the organization. Because everyone has to align themselves, whether it is a project, is a program, or is an operation, everyone has to align themselves with the strategic objectives of the organization. So that is with the strategic committee. Steering committee is a concept which is used at the highest level as well as at the lower level. I mean, there could be a steering committee of a project level. There could be a steering committee at the top level, right immediately below the strategic committee, or maybe the strategic committee wants to call themselves the steering committee, right? So the steering committee will have very senior people, right? If we assume it that there is only one steering committee, if your organization has very few projects, 5 or 10 projects in your organization, they don't want to have 10 separate steering committees. So they will have only one single steering committee who is answering to the governance body or the strategy committee, right? So they will be composing of the executives and the key stakeholders, right? They will also be looking after the portfolio reviews. Portfolio means a portfolio manager, how he's selecting projects and programs and how, those decisions are taken. So steering committee can take care of that as well.
هاي
Then it
عادي عشان بدي أفتح كاميرا كمان شوي بدي أشوف.
then it can
تمام.
also act as a change control board. Change control board means all the change requests coming from a project must go for approval to the change control board. Got it? So this is that body.
Okay, I got you. Thank you.
Most welcome, most welcome. Plays a role in developing requirements, resolving issues, approving plans, any change request, whatever is happening, they are the people who will make the final decision. Anything which is beyond the call of duty for the project manager, these are the people who will resolve those issues. So this is what they do, steering committee. Reviews the major risks, possible investment opportunities. And you see, again, I would say, naturally, project manager is responsible for looking after the project risk, but these are the risks which project manager could not handle. So they will be escalated upwards, and ultimately maybe the steering committee makes the final decision on them. All the investment related decisions are taken by the steering committee. So for the steering committee, there are certain guidelines here. All the meetings should be very effective. There should not be any ineffective meeting, wasting time. Like, I would say for every kind of meeting, we should not be wasting time. They should not be a place to do chit chat and all that. But it should be very effective meetings. Calculate a quick ROI. Whatever we are doing, are we spending our time judiciously? For example, yes, please. Okay. For example, if someone, you say that there are 10 people sitting in the meeting for 1 hour. So what is the salary of 1 hour for 10 people, right? Just calculate that, and you are wasting that much money in one meeting. So your meeting's ROI, your meeting should be able to yield more, benefits more than that, right? So this could be very important thing. You must calculate the return on investment. Whatever you have invested in this, and how much are you going to benefit? You should be able to make good and big decisions. Derive the cost of the meeting using their hourly rate. Naturally, I just said that calculate how many people, how many hours, and what is the hourly salary of that person, and total what is spent, and what are the arrangements maybe made for the meeting. This is your investment into the meeting. So the decisions you make, the benefits should be more than your investment. Cost benefit analysis should be done. Encourage them to reach decisions asynchronously. Explain the importance of well-managed meetings. And that's how it works. Pros and cons of organizational structure. Let us look at that. Produce a list of pros and cons. If you are, you are in a position to decide whether we will adopt a functional organization structure or metrics or a project, you should look at the pros and cons of all of that. I leave the decision on to you, that you decide which is best suited for you. Again, from the perspective of benefit delivery, how much benefit you will get, which is most suited and most effective way of running the project. So this is your decision. Returns and reports. Naturally, whatever you're doing, what are the returns and reports required for that, you have to decide. PMO would actually be receiving all the returns and reports and summarizing them and submitting them to the top level bosses. Then we have got a team performance domain. How to perform best as a team, high performing team, what we were talking about. Roles and responsibilities of all the team members should be absolutely clear. Everybody should know what that person is supposed to be doing. Communication process should be well defined. Procedures and systems must be in place. Interdependency amongst team members, how will they interact with each other and how do they depend on each other? No, they should not be confused that, okay, I have done this and who else who is going to take on my output and work on it further. Complementary skills could be good, if you have got some secondary skills. Beneficial diversity is good. Common team culture. Actually, again, I would say we can discuss a lot because there are many things said about the team culture. So, but one thing is sure that in whatever organization you're serving in, there should be an element of unity in your organization, right? Okay. There is just a moment. I must. Okay, now you will be able to hear it. I'm just putting on the video and you watch it and enjoy.
Back in 1965, a psychologist named Bruce Tuckman observed that teams go through 5 stages: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. Tuckman didn't just have a knack for rhyming, although that does make his model easier to remember. Understanding and supporting the team through each phase can be vital to helping it become a high-functioning team. Initially, the team is introduced. Everyone is polite, pleasant, even eager. This is the forming stage, when most team members are excited to start something new and get to know the others. Then, of course, reality sets in. During the storming phase, the weight of the task at hand sinks in. The initial excitement and the need to be polite wear off. Soon enough, people start to notice and appreciate each other's strengths. This is the norming stage, when the group starts to settle into a groove. Everyone is contributing and working as a cohesive unit. Eventually, the new team's members are confident and familiar enough with the project and their team that they can operate without supervision. This is the performing stage, when everyone on the team is on the same page and driving full speed ahead toward the final goal. In 1977, Tuckman added a 5th state, adjourning. Sadly, not a perfect rhyme. This phase is sometimes known as mourning because the team members have grown close and feel a loss now that the experience is over. The point of having a team is to work together. Understanding how teams develop and supporting that development is key to helping your team mature into the high-performing team it should be.
Okay, I think this was a short video and it was very, very interesting. This actually explains how our team is put together. And that is a standard. That is everywhere we are using the same mechanism. Every team, wherever you are, every team goes through these 5 stages. First, you form the team. Then the team gets acquainted with when you're forming it, they get acquainted with each other. Sorry, you can't see me. Okay. So they get acquainted with each other. And then they start, kind of rubbing shoulders with each other. And they start creating some kinds of conflict. And everybody is trying to mark their domain and things like that. So there's a lot of storming going on, a lot of in-house fighting going on with them. And then they start settling down. That settling down is a norming stage. Only in the norming stage, they have developed an understanding among themselves what each one of them can do. And that after the norming stage, that is the actual point from where you can start performing. Performing is a 4th stage, and that is where you actually, can work as a cohesive, united team. But projects do end, work do end. So naturally, after your performance is complete, the team has to be disbanded, right? It's not maybe true for operational purposes. Maybe the operational teams keep working for years and years on the length, but in project, after every project, after every assignment, the teams are disbanded, right? So that is called adjourning or mourning, right? So I don't want to debate more on it, but if at all you have any comments on that and you want to talk about it, you are most welcome. Korea says okay. Anyone else? No comments? Okay. Let us talk about the 4 tenets of ethics in project. And PMI has come up with a code of ethics and professional conduct. And these are the 4 elements or values of that. Now, very briefly, I'll talk about it. There is, if you can read this code of ethics, I think this is a wonderful code of ethics. It can be applied in any organization, anywhere in the world. But you see, I do understand that your organization will be having your own, kind of code of ethics. Do you have that? Do you have some code of ethics and conduct of professional conduct existing in your organization?
Yeah, we have a code of conduct.
You have? Okay, good. Wonderful. Okay, for those organizations who don't have that, or for the consumption of the PMI itself, they have imposed this code of ethics for all its members. All its members worldwide, they are under the code of ethics and professional conduct by the PMI, which is based on these 4 tenets. One is the responsibility, respect, and then fairness, and then honesty. Now, very briefly, let me describe that. You are responsible for whatever you do and for whatever you do not do, right? You will say, how is it possible? Well, this is really very interesting that if you do something and do it wrong, you should be able to take on the responsibility rather than pointing fingers towards your subordinate and shifting the blame. Take on the responsibility. You are responsible. You are the boss, right? So anything you do, you are responsible for that. Anything you don't do, and you should have done something, but you don't do that, and you say, because I didn't do that, so that is not my problem. No. This is, you should have done that, and you did not do that. You take on the responsibility for that as well. So anything you do and anything you don't do, you are held responsible for both cases. Respect. It starts with anyone who cannot respect himself or herself cannot respect anyone, right? So respect starts from home. It just can't happen that you can be very respectful at the very highest level, but internally within the team or within yourself, you are not a self-respecting person. You are not a good, you are not respecting your team and all. So the respect starts at home. Third is fairness. No unfair means no bribery, no unethical practices. So this is fairness. And honesty, this is again interesting. It doesn't only mean that you should speak truth. If you say, I have spoken the truth, but not the full truth, but the half truth, that is also considered a lie. If you have spoken the truth a little later than when it should have been spoken, that is also considered a lie, because that is going to damage someone. You did not tell the truth at the right moment, as if certain people cannot benefit from it, and ultimately they have been damaged. So that is, you're dishonest. I hope you understand what I mean. So it is just not the case where somebody is lying. So you say this person is dishonest. If somebody is speaking the truth but speaking it late, is dishonest. Person who is speaking half truth is also dishonest, right? So anyways, these are the things explained in more detail. If you can go to this website, pmi.org, code of ethics, you will see the details on that. Okay, wrapping up this chapter, this we conclude. We talked about project performance domains, stakeholders, project manager role, emotional intelligence, people skills, project organization structures, and team performance domains. So this concludes this chapter. I suppose we don't have much of time, but I will still like to give you a little break here. maybe just 10 minutes, but then remember that the last module we have to cover in 1 hour, right? So is it all right if we have a little break here?
That would be a good idea.
Okay, so let's have a break
Okay.
for again 10 minutes. Let me
Thank you.
See you.
Here it starts. Okay, I'm back. Are you guys there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes,
actually, I'm unable to see you people. I don't know what happened. Okay, anyways, I'm sorry I can't see your pictures. I don't know what happened. I did something wrong. And I can't. Okay.
It's fine, we're here.
Am I visible to you?
Yeah, we can see you. Yeah, we are visible.
You can see me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, in this session, which is about the development approach and life cycle performance domain, here we talk about adaptive and predictive and all that. So let us be acquainted with that. So first we understand the fundamentals of the project life cycle, then development approach and the life cycle performance domain, monitoring and controlling project work and closing the project phase. And then we talk about project activities, deliverables, and milestones. Actually, these are some questions for you. The scope, schedule, and cost, resource needs, and risk of a small construction project can be well defined in the early phases of the project, and they are relatively stable. Which approach should you take? I have already told you, you remember? When the scope is stable, what approach do you take? Predictive, product, adaptive, or hybrid? What do you say?
Productive.
Which one?
The
Predictive?
first one. The first one.
Okay. So the correct answer is predictive. When scope is clear, we go for this. When scope is not clear and changes are too much, we go for adaptive. And when there is a mixed environment, we go for hybrid. Product is no life cycle. Product life cycle is a different life cycle. That is the life cycle of the product. It is not the project life cycle. So as far as the project life cycles are concerned, we have predictive, adaptive, and hybrid, right? Product life cycle is not the project life cycle. Okay, executive of a widget company have decided that it's time to phase out widget 452 and bring widget 673 into production and sale. So they are, one of the parts they are, eliminating, and they're introducing a new one. These factors would lead you to believe that the executives are discussing a phase, a product life cycle, a activity, or a project life cycle. What are they talking about? When they are phasing out a widget and bringing in a new widget. Yes, please. Anyone wants to?
I don't know, but I think it's a phase or a project life cycle.
Phase or project life cycle. Okay, good. Anyone else?
I think it's two product life.
Product life cycle. Okay. Abdurrahman.
Project life cycle.
Okay, let's see what's the result. Product life cycle, because it's not talking about the project at all. It is talking about the product. This is, during the product life cycle, some part is completed and the next part starts. So that is purely talking from that perspective. It's not talking from the perspective of the project, right? It is talking from the perspective of a product life cycle. Okay, another question. Although a dash is scheduled in a project plan, it has no estimated duration and is used to provide information about progress through the major segments. Are we talking about a milestone or a deliverable or phase or activity?
I think it's a milestone.
Milestone. Any other opinions? Okay, let's see. Milestone is the correct answer. Very good. So we are done. One of the questions is always difficult, right? So you probably cannot take all the right, 3 questions right. Okay, let's talk about what is our life cycle. Life cycle, when we talk about life cycle, it is just like, let's talk about the life cycle of a human being. The life cycle of a human being starts from your birth till your death, right? That's how it is. So life cycle of a project starts from initiation to closing. So basically the concept of life cycle is that right from where the idea was born, that is the point the life cycle should have started. I'm talking from the product point of view. And the day that product is going to be phased out, is no more going to be available, no support, nothing. It is completely eliminated from the face of earth. That would be the end of that phase. So from the product lifecycle point of view, I could say when the idea was generated, that was the point when the life cycle started for the product, and the idea was concluded. That is the place where the not the idea was concluded, the product was phased out. That was the time when the product life cycle of that product is completed, right? As far as the projects are concerned, you can take the example of, you start with seeds and then trees and then whatever, fallen trunks. So this is the life cycle. You have planted a plant and then it becomes a tree and then one day it falls down. So this explains the life cycle of this tree. Visualizing the project life cycle, it starts with the aspirations. Some idea is there. You create a business case based on that. Then you create a charter. Then you develop a project management plan, and then you go through the execution of the project plan. Then you go through the monitoring and control, and ultimately you finish the project. Now, the monitoring and control is something which is happening in parallel, right? All of these things are happening continuously. When the business case is developed, there is some monitoring and control happening on the business case also, although it is not the responsibility of the project as yet. But when the charter has been created and project plan has been developed, then we start monitoring the project management plan. When the execution is being done, then we start monitoring and controlling the execution of the project, and ultimately the project ends, right? So this generally describes the project life cycle. The basic 5 process groups which we already discussed. Initiation, here is the initiation happening. Here is the planning happening. Here is the execution happening. This is monitoring and control, and this is where the project is closing. And these activities, these are pre-project activities. They happen before the life cycle of the project started, right? So this is how we visualize the project life cycle. And if you look at the breakdown of the project, we break down the project into chunks of work, right? That could be created depending upon the deliverable, depending upon the work or whatsoever the case may be. We call them in a predictive project, we call them the phases. And at the end of every phase, whatever was supposed to be delivered out of phase 1, it is checked by the project steering committee. They physically come and approve it, and only when they approve it, only then can you enter the next phase. So basically, the junction between phase 1 and phase 2 is kind of a gate, right? So that gateway cannot be crossed without the permission of the steering committee. Here at the gateway, steering committee vets that this phase is complete and it is okay. Now we allow you to go to the next phase, But generally, this is just an example in front of you. In first phase, it says idea of, it is kind of a business case kind of a thing. It starts with the ideation phase, then we have a business case phase, then we have a charter phase, and then we have a develop project plan stage. But I would not like to call it a project life cycle as such, because here we have got the business analyst job happening in the first two parts and the project manager's work happening in the second two parts. But just for the example purposes, that when a phase finishes, the other phase, we have to get permission to get into it. And why do we get these phase gates? Phase gate is a place where organization can put a check. They can say, okay, phase one is okay, or it is accepted, or it is rejected, whatever the case may be, but we cannot start the next phase because we are short of funding, right? So they can kill the project right here at the end of phase one. So project will be declared complete until phase one, and the project will be closed down. That is abnormal termination of a project can happen at a phase gate. But generally speaking, if everything goes fine, the closing of the project will happen after the last phase has completed and concluded. Okay, the phase gate is a point for deciding whether project should be continued or terminated. This is exactly what I said, right? Then what is the difference between project phase and a project life cycle? Project life cycle is generally made up of those phases, right? So just look at it. We have got this is the project life cycle. It could be introduction of something, then the project grows, and then it matures, and then it declines or retires. I'm talking about this is the product life cycle, right? Right from inception, introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. Now, the interesting part is a product life cycle could span many projects. For example, when the idea of creating a pencil was originated, they might have researched on it, they might have done a feasibility or maybe an experiment. So that could have been project one. On the success of project one, they may have added few more features to the product, and that could have been called a project two, and maybe further additions. And see, various versions and additions and revisions, they keep happening through new projects, and we keep refining the product, right? So basically, right from introduction, we got into growth, did a couple of projects in growth, did a couple of projects in maturity, and ultimately, once we feel that this product has to be phased out, it has to be retired. So that was also a project to phase out this product. So in a product life cycle, we can have a number of projects going on over decades, right? But here, what we are more concerned about in project management is the project management life cycle, which happens within a project, Development approach and life cycle performance domains. What is the development approach? We could have different types of development approaches, as we say. As you know, I already described to you, if the scope of the work is clear, right? Naturally, you can plan everything upfront. You can do it in a conventional predictive manner, which is quite understandable, because in that, we will do it in one big stretch. Yes, Surya.
Just Ikram in the waiting room, if you can.
Say again?
Sorry. Ikram in the waiting room.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ikram, yeah. Got it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So I was talking about the development approach. So decision, which development approach is most suited to you and which life cycle you should be adopting for a specific project depends upon how fixed the scope is, how many changes are expected in the project, are the changes very frequent, and moreover, the size of your phase in a predictive life cycle could be, could be just for the purpose of bifurcation. You have divided the project in 4 or 5 major divisions, and those divisions may be called as phases, but your each phase could be months long, 6 months long phase, and then another phase which may be 4 months long, and then another phase which could be 7 months long. So they may not be of equal size, but at least they are big. So each phase is just like a small little project. So in a predictive project, to make the things slightly easy, we introduce the concept of phases there, put some phase gates, and the concept of approvals and phase gates and all that is there. But that is more akin to what kind of environment? Predictive kind of environment, right? When we have changing requirements, when the scope is not really very clear. So as I generally define to you, we say, okay, whatever requirements are in the mind of the customer, you should write it down and put it in this basket, right? So my product backlog is a basket in which I collect all the requirements and then ask the customer to prioritize them. And when they prioritize them, I will say, okay, I will start doing the work from the top, and I will work in brackets of 2 weeks each. So for the first 2 weeks, I'm picking up these 10 items and I'm going to start it. This is the agile approach. So you can change anything, all the requirements which are there in the product backlog, except for these 10 which I have committed to do in my first cycle of 2 weeks. You can change anything, right? But please do not change anything in these 10 items, these on which I've been working. And when I am done, I have delivered that, then I can move back and I can pick another 10 items or whatever, 10, 20, whatever items I can handle. I can pick them and I can keep doing them in small brackets. So I'm working a very small iteration. It is called cadence. The cadence is too small. And this approach could be called adaptive life cycle, right? So we have generally described the predictive and the agile life cycle, but we'll talk more about both of these cycles. Success in this domain, effective execution of this performance domain results in the following desired outcomes. What are they? Development approaches that are consistent with project delivery. So naturally, once you are selecting the development approach, whether it is hybrid, it is agile, it is predictive, you must first look at what you are creating, how you are creating it, how the requirements are clear or not, except things like that. A project lifecycle consisting of phases that connect the delivery of business and stakeholder value from the beginning to the end of the project. That is what is we need to create in the project lifecycle. A project lifecycle consisting of phases that facilitate the delivery cadence. Delivery cadence is how frequently do you deliver, right? For example, in an iteration, we have got 2 weeks iteration. So every 2 weeks, we deliver something to the customer. So this is a cadence. Every 2 weekly cadence we are delivering. But if you look at a predictive project, that may have a single cadence. That is, we will deliver something at the end of the project. Or if at all there are phases in the project, then they may have 3 or 4 or 6 months long cadence, and generally they will be delivering something at the end of every phase, right? But you see, most effective manner is the adaptive life cycle, where we can control everything and we can also accommodate many changes. We have already talked about this thing, initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and control, and closing. Development approaches on one extreme, where the scope is clear, where there are no changes expected, a little bit, a very strong change control mechanism is there. This is a predictive mechanism. And on the other extreme, exactly opposite to this method, is adaptive life cycle, where scope is unclear, delivery is continuous, and things are happening in a cadence and things like that, and changes are open. Customer does not have to take permission from anyone. Nobody has to take permission from anyone. Anything can be changed anytime in the product backlog, and we will do it, and we will keep doing it until customer is satisfied. Anyway, there could be pros and cons for both the methods, but remember, this is one extreme and that is the other extreme. Now, the lighter area in between, this I would prefer to call hybrid. This is hybrid. That is a combination in whatever proportion between the predictive and the adaptive. It could be 80% predictive and 20% adaptive. It could be 50% predictive and 20% adaptive, or it could be 80% predictive and 20% adaptive. So whatever the case may be, no problem at all. So anything, any method, any approach you adopt, which is somewhere in between, generally we call it a hybrid method, but that could be a number of hybrid methods which could be formulated between these two extremes. So that is the hybrid. Then recommendations for choosing a predictive development approach. Follow a generally sequential structure from start to finish. In a predictive project, like we had phases: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, and we said first we will complete this much job and we will present it after 3 months, and then if it is approved, if we pass the phase gate, then we move on to the next sequential step, and it's bit by bit we will be delivering all our phases. And you see, what is happening is, although it is not fast delivery as fast as adaptive, but yes, of course, we are able to kind of deliver something to the customer after every 3 to 6 months, right? So it is a sequential structure right from start to finish, and it is better than not having any phases at all, because not having any phases could only be useful for a very small project. But if it is a large project, it's a complex project, we will have to have phase divided into phases. So if the scope is very clear, well planned, planned out steps could be there, and delivers an output at the end of the project, that is no problem, no incremental throughout. So that way we may go for a predictive approach. But when it is used, best used when templates from previous similar projects are available. Planning can be done readily upfront. In the situation of Agile, nothing is clear. We don't even know the full requirement. How can we plan anything? But here, upfront planning is important. Like you are constructing a building, we know everything about the building design and all. So this is a case for predictive project planning, and we can do the upfront planning. And then there are not going to be many changes. Everything is not going to change. Some of the things will change. So we can accommodate that through a very stable and rigid change control procedure. There are well-defined and stable scope, schedule, cost, and resource needs, which we establish, we baseline, and we stick to them. Even if there is something to be changed, it has to go through the thorough process of change control. And generally, it will be allowed when everything is replanned accordingly. Like a construction project, things are happening in a sequence. You see, maybe there are phases. Feasibility, when it is completed, then we design. When it is completed, permits. When permits are received, we go to the site work. When that is complete, we go to the foundation. So essentially, the things are flowing in a sequence, one after the other, phase after the phase, and actually, this is we can ultimate delivery would be at the end of the project. Although maybe we can deliver the foundation by the end of foundation. Maybe we can deliver some kind of some things can be delivered at the end of each phase, but ultimate full product would be handed over to the customer at the end of the project. So in construction projects, we usually use predictive life cycle, but I do have examples where agile and hybrid methods have been used even in construction projects. Why I am referring to construction? Because construction is the most popular industry worldwide, right? Most of the, project funding is going into construction all the time. Although we understand that IT and software projects are highest in number, but they are not highest in cost worldwide. Recommendations for choosing the adaptive development approach. When do we use the iterative or adaptive approach or agile approach? Uses an iterative approach that repeats project phases. Kind of, just like we have the project phases, let us change the name and let us call it the releases, right? And within the releases, we have very small iterations, which could be from 2 to 4 weeks, or maybe sometimes up to 6 weeks. We can't have an iteration more than this. And generally, the preference is that it should be to the smaller size. Like 2 weeks is highly preferable as a size of an iteration in an adaptive project. Project moves to the next phase after customer feedback. I mean, when we are talking about adaptive, next phase means classically to the next iteration, right? But we have delivered something after first iteration. Best when used requirements are not very well known upfront. Requirements are known to be changing. Opportunity to receive frequent user feedback, and flexibility to change, refine, and even replace requirements. So the requirements of an agile project or an adaptive project would be changing all the time. And its workflow again could look like the same, but you see there are loops where we can go back, we can correct things here. So this kind of a network, which is normally used in a software industry, where you have to review things, you have to go back and all that. So this can be made part of your agile mechanism or adaptive approach. So this can accommodate it very comfortably. Okay, hybrid approaches naturally, as I told you, hybrid is a kind of an in between the two extremes, predictive and the adaptive. So elements of both predictive and adaptive are present there. Best used when high need for upfront research and requirements indicate that deliverables must be implemented in a predictive way. And project attributes suit elements of both predictive and adaptive approaches. Anyways, hybrid life cycle example could be like a small restaurant. You do a pilot project type thing in the maybe you cook at home first, you concept and recipe and cook and taste and all, and then you replicate that, rent a kitchen and you replicate that thing by hiring chefs and train them, try them, test them, and close them, and maybe then you open a restaurant. So this is a stepwise process. This could be done more comfortably as a hybrid project rather than a predictive project, right? Okay, let's get back to the purchase tickets here. I mean, that was the case study we have discussed earlier of the concert where the tickets were being purchased. Choose a development approach for each team. They don't all have to be the same. Each team's approach needs to align with its need and demand of its parts of the overall project. Well, you see, this is very interesting statement written here. It says that although you select your development approach as a project, but even within the project, it might be possible that some parts of project are adaptive and some parts of project are agile, right? Like maybe your top management is more comfortable working in a predictive environment. So you do have all the setup of detailed planning and project management plan development and all that on the top, but actually at the bottom you have agile teams worked out. So this would be a hybrid approach, and you could achieve those goals by this hybrid approach where you are using both maybe on a 50-50 ratio or whatever ratio you want. Okay. Dana Bertolino is a marketing team lead. Tom Dyer, software team lead. So we have got Dana, marketing team lead, and Tom Sawyer, software team lead, and Jessica Houston, hardware team lead. Just remember that. I can show you these things back again. And Emily Mallory is legal team lead, right? And Cheryl Nixiv is fast on management. Steve Nicol is UX team lead, that is a programmer. Processes can be grouped. So how many characters? Steve, Cheryl, Emily, Jessica, Tom, and Dana. 6 characters are here, and we have to solve a problem. Process can be grouped. So planning, initiating, executing, monitoring, control, and closing. This is how we are going to go about it. Process groups, notes on the processes we have. Groups of process are not project phases. Now, this is a very important statement. Now, most of the people who read out the project, process groups, they start imagining that initiating is a process, is a project phase, and planning is a project phase, and execution is a project phase, monitoring and control is a project phase, and closing is a project phase. That is not true. That is not true. These are initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing are the names of the various groups, and they have a lot many things happening in parallel. So therefore, they are not happening one after the other. And the most important thing I must tell you, right, I understand that when the initiation is completed, planning should start. But essentially speaking, we start identifying the stakeholders right in initiation, which is in a way a planning work, right? And when the planning is happening, maybe we have started the execution already. And when the execution is happening, maybe the planning is going on and we are already monitoring and controlling certain aspects of the project. And therefore, please do not ever consider these process groups, these 5 process groups, as project phases. Project phases are more peculiar to the nature of the work. If it is a construction work, like you can have a phase like, establishment of drawings, maybe architecture, right? Maybe wall construction, foundation digging, or something like that. The phases are more like close to the nature and work of the project. But the process groups are generic in nature and they overlap a lot. Phases do not overlap. Phases do not overlap. If at all, there is a bit of overlap. That could be a phase has yet not ended, but another phase has just started. But that does not really mean that 2 phases can start at the same time. That would be criminal. 2 phases cannot start at a time, right? But to save time, you may be having a little overlap for a week or a month or something like that. But phases are actually they are sequential in nature. So process groups can interact with each stage of project life cycle. The interesting part is every phase will have all the 5 process groups. Phase 1 of the project will have initiation of that phase, planning of that phase, execution of that phase, monitoring and control of that phase, and closing of that phase. And every phase will have all of these 5 process groups. So these 5 process groups are not only for the overall project management, but for every phase also. That is more so the reason it should not be confused. Process groups should not be confused with the phases of the project. Phases are different, process groups are different. The outputs of one process group generally become the input for another process group. Yes, that is very much possible. Process groups can be used as a template to manage all kinds of projects across industry because they are consistent. Process groups is a general guidance for all kinds of projects, right? most of the project follow this guideline, but this is not specific to your project. So this is a kind of a template which you can tailor according to your need when you are developing or devising your project phases. Process groups can be used to tailor your own project management lifecycle. You can design your own. You can design your own lifecycle, but generally, if you are kind of looking at the various approaches available, then probably you would like to go for the ready-made templates for predictive and agile and whatever. Okay, which group does it fit in? Manage quality. What do you think? Where does it go? In initiation, in planning, and execution, monitoring, control are closing. What do you say? Anyone interested to dig down on it? Manage quality is a process. Which process group should it belong to?
Could I share my opinion? I think it's monitoring and controlling.
Okay.
I think also it is executing.
I think it's executing, yeah.
It is in executing. Why it is not in monitoring and control? Because in monitoring and control, we can do two things. We can quality assure or we can quality control. While the things are happening, we are managing the quality, right? In monitoring and control, we have got quality control and we have got quality. Yeah, we have only the quality control there. The quality assurance is part of managed quality. Managed quality assurance is covered in that. Okay, next question. Where do you place identify risks?
Planning?
Definitely planning, because everything is planned there. But remember, identification of stakeholders is the only thing which happens in initiation. It starts in initiation immediately after the charter. But identification of risk is definitely done in planning. Although I do understand that when we are initiating the project, there are some high-level risks identified, but they are not, they're just nominal. So we don't consider it the identification of risk as such. Okay, moving on to the monitoring and control of the project work, what is happening there? In monitoring and control, a process group, like naturally this is the process group, we have got 5 process groups: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. What is happening in monitoring and control? All the 10 knowledge areas which had been planned in the planning, which are being executed during the execution, we are watching them here. We are watching them here. The overall control of all the processes, which is the integrated control, is monitor and control project work. And there is another process which is not shown here, that is called this is second last. Perform integrated change control. I think they have written it wrongly. It is not integral. This is integrated change control. These two processes belong to integration. And then what are other important areas? You remember we have 3 baselines: scope, time, and cost, right? So control scope, this is control scope. And as far as the product is concerned, we validate scope. Then we have got control cost and control schedule. So scope, time, and cost are covered. What else is important? Risks are important. Yes, of course. We have to keep an eye on them. So we monitor risk. And we also, stakeholder is also very important to us. So we have to monitor stakeholder engagement. That doesn't mean that this is all what we do. We also monitor communication. We also monitor contracts and all other areas. But from the performance measurement point of view, these things are important to me. So the measurements are happening based on these items. Okay, life cycle sequence. Okay. what does it want to say here? Life cycle sequence. Naturally, it is okay. I got it. These are the phases. On top, it is showing a predictive project with phases. When one phase finishes, second start, third, the fourth, fifth, sixth. But it is also possible that you do not divide your project in phases. Maybe your project is simple enough. It can be easily handled as a one big slot. So maybe you can do it this way. But this is going to be more expensive, right? Because, here we are having breaks and we are making decisions and we are delivering something. Here we are not. So it is going to be more expensive, right? Managing issues. I think we have already talked about the constraints and the assumptions and risks and issues. So you understand an issue as this is the same definition we have studied. Issue is a current condition or situation that may have an impact on the project objective. The same definition. Whenever an issue is raised, it should be addressed as soon as possible to avoid complications later. The issue needs to be recorded, assigned, researched, and resolution needs to be proposed. And where do we record an issue? Do you remember that? We studied it. Where do we record an issue?
When we talked about the risk management.
What is the name of the document? The document issues are recorded. Yes?
Yeah, we mentioned the issues.
That is called issue log. And where the risk is recorded, that is called risk register. Right?
Yeah.
Will you remember that?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Okay.
Yeah, we talked about it.
We discussed it, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Okay, this is how it may look like. The issue log, or you can call it issue tracking log. You write an issue number, who raised it, when the issue was opened, what is the description of issue, what is the impact of issue on whatever the scope, time, or cost, and what is the resolution, what is the solution you have proposed, whom do you assign it, and when the expected date of closure of that issue is. And if it is not resolved, you will say resolution, you will say pending, right? You are escalated to some other person, and then this next entry will move on and on and on, and you can track that issue till it is resolved. Some project manager might choose to log and track a specific issue in a risk register and manage it as a risk or an uncertainty. Well, I don't like it at all. I know that, issue, when a risk occurs, it becomes an issue. So what they are doing is that when the risk register has closed, they have continued the risk register as an issue log now, which is not a very good practice. It might be a lot confusing, right? So let's maintain a separate log for your issues, because all the risks are not going to become issues, right? So I'm going to carry a lot of backlog in that way. That is not a very fair approach to do it. Change request. In a predictive project, naturally, we have to move a change request. In an adaptive project, we don't have a change request at all. So first of all, we have to be sure that there is a need for change. There is a need for change, right? Formally, we log that request into a document, which could be called a change request log. Change request log. All the change requests coming from any of the stakeholders, maybe team is proposing it, maybe some stakeholder or customer or some other person is proposing it, whomsoever is proposing a change request, the change request will be submitted and will be recorded in a change request. A change request log. So we will first have to clarify the need for the change, evaluate the change and document its impact, and naturally get a decision on the proposed change. If the change is approved, whatever plan we had created earlier, the things may have to be disturbed there. So our baseline, the scope baseline and the schedule baseline and the cost baseline, they may have to be revised, and other project documentation or the project management plan may also be affected by that change. So whatever the case may be, amend all the relevant documents because you have got the approval of the change request, and now you can amend those items. So you better amend that and move ahead and communicate that to all the team members and the impacted stakeholders, as if they all understand that from now on, we are following the new format. Then monitoring and control project cost and schedule. Naturally, this is a big subject, although we cannot go into a lot of detail, but basically there are some calculations involved. We do that, we do the earned value management and other things, and ultimately we move on to the closing of the project phase. At the closing of the phase or the project, naturally in this we just have to do one thing, that is close either the project or the phase, and that is where something is being delivered to the customer. Project activities, deliverables, and milestones. This is very simple. I think you all understand what an activity is, although these things are available in all the definitions, all the terminologies, they are available. If you can go to this website, you will be able to read that. But anyways, what is an activity? It is a distinct scheduled portion of work performed during the course of a project. Like, you have broken down your project into phases and phases into maybe, I'm talking from the predictive perspective, you have broken that down into cost centers and maybe cost centers into work packages and work packages into activities. That's how it is broken down. So work breakdown structure is needed for further breakdown of activities, because we do not go down in the work breakdown structure down to the activity level, because activity is too minute a level. This may not be of interest of the project manager. For the monitoring and control purposes, project manager need not go down to the activity level, right? So all the progress noted at the project level would be at the work package level, right? But anyways, for estimating, for implementing, for executing, we need to identify the activities because we have to perform. What is a deliverable? Again, I think this is something we all know. So it is any unique or verifiable product result or capability to perform a service that is produced to complete a process, phase, or project. So whatever delivery is there, whether it is completing a project, it could be the end product. If it is completing a phase, then it would be phase product. Or if it is completing a process, that could be the product of the deliverable of the process. Measuring deliverables. When deliverables are proposed, the project manager must consider how they are to be assessed and measured. Naturally, this is pre-decided that in the requirement that the deliverable would be in this shape, and these are the things which have to be checked and measured and assessed. So we already know that. When a deliverable is defined and assigned to a given resource, these measures can communicate what level of effort is expected. So that will help them to understand to what level of detail are they going to do the measurement, what level of trigger they have to do it. This also enables to reasonably measure progress against expectations. So naturally, if you are measuring it, you would know what were the expectations, what is the progress, how far behind or far ahead we are from the expectation. And a milestone, I hope you understand, a milestone in normal project management software is shown like an activity, but it is not an activity. Milestone is a point in time which does not consume time. It doesn't have any duration. activities do have durations. Milestones are those considerable points in the life of the project where something is expected to happen. Some delivery is expected to happen, some inspection is expected to happen, something important. It is just like a milestone, it's just like milestone on the road, like or maybe your birthday in a year, is one day in the year when you celebrate your birthday. So milestone is like that. So every activity, end of every activity may not be declared a milestone, but some of the very important instances will be declared as milestone. And milestone, as I said, is a point in time, right? And there is no duration of milestone. So when you are entering this data of a milestone in a scheduling software, normally people add it like an activity, how you enter the activity, but in place of duration, you write 0 duration. When you write 0 duration, there is a symbol of diamond symbol like this. This is a diamond symbol. This will be automatically created there in any software, whether it is MS Project, it is Primavera, or whatever. So it will understand if something has a 0 duration, it is not an activity. It must be a milestone. A significant point or event in a project, program, or portfolio. A milestone has no duration, as I said to you, or resources. You can't spend any resources, time, money, nothing. This is just a point in time. You should have accomplished something by this point. That is what it means. It doesn't, it doesn't have any resources, no money assigned to a milestone, no duration assigned to a milestone, no personnel assigned to a milestone. It is simply a marker for reference, whether you have reached that marker or you did not reach there. At the point of project planning and estimating, a target date should be assigned to each milestone. Well, not exactly in the very beginning, but when you have done your planning and estimation and you have assigned the start date to the project, automatically the dates for all the milestones and all the events within the schedule will be calculated, and that would show you exactly what is the date of a specific milestone, right? So it is not an enforced date, it is a calculated date. But having said that, I would still like to say that there might be certain milestones which are rigidly tied to a calendar date. This milestone must be achieved by this date, right? So that becomes a constraint in that case. Meanwhile, again, over at tickets, I don't know what they are doing. Wycroft has an idea. Tracy has some unreleased music in her archive. So Wycroft would like to release a new song each time the team hits a major milestone. Now, relevant to the milestone, they are trying to release a new song each time the team hits a major milestone. I think this is a very good strategy. The strategies we created, they were different, but they were not as effective as this one. This is a very good idea. Actually, we have not read the whole case study. We just saw what was there in the slides, but the notes which have been provided to you, I'm sure they have got the case study as a separate file. So if you can go through that, you will understand these references more intimately. Pressure is on. Before you can set some milestone, you need to figure them out. So first identify the milestone. And I would like to discuss with you, how do you think you will identify a milestone? Okay, let's start with what is going to be the biggest milestone of our project? Anyone who can help me on that? What could be the biggest milestone of our project?
of our projects or projects in
Any project you are doing, what could be the biggest milestone, most important milestone?
Well, for us, or for me personally, the biggest milestone would be the publication of the research.
Publication of the
research.
Okay. Is it the most important milestone?
Well,
yes,
for me,
it is important. It is an important milestone. But when we talk about a project, what is the purpose of the project? When the purpose of the project is achieved, that is the point when that date, when the project is completed and it delivers the ultimate deliverable, that is generally considered to be the biggest success. This is the biggest milestone in the life of a project, isn't it?
Exactly. Yes.
But there could be interim milestone, maybe accomplishment of a phase could be declared a milestone. Maybe within a milestone, within a phase, we could have a number of major assignments of, when this job will be done, that would be considered as a milestone. So yes, there are considerable milestones. Some are big enough, some are small, but you see all notable achievements during the life of the project, no matter where they are, they could be existing within a phase, but they could be declared as a milestone. So you need to identify all the milestones before you can, start using them. Definitely, that is very, very normal. Okay, your task is to create deliverables, develop a list of deliverables, supporting activities, and overall milestone for each of your teams. Well, I think this is more of a exercise, and we don't have much of time for the exercise. So I would like to jump off. So in this chapter, we have fundamentals of the project lifecycle discussed. We have development approach and the lifecycle performance domain, monitoring and control. We talked a bit about the closing, and we talked about project activities, deliverables, and the milestone. I know we have moved a little faster in the last these 1 or 2 hours, and I did not give you a lot of opportunity to ask questions. So we still have about 10 minutes. So if you want to ask any questions, if you have anything to clarify, I am here and I am open for your questions.
Well, I just have one question. Do you think monitoring the process of the project can affect sometimes the outcomes of the project? Like only monitoring the process, maybe using maybe ineffective tools or something.
No, not ineffective. Why are you using ineffective? I say, even if you're doing monitoring and control with the most effective tools, ineffective is inefficient, right? So that is bad. But I'm saying that even if you are using monitoring and control very carefully, there will be a lot many changes, and naturally, whole of the plan will keep changing. Monitoring and control is a place where the change requests are moved and approved, and ultimately, changes to the baselines and changes to the whole project happen. This is the only place where that can happen. So monitoring and control is really very important. And this is the place where everything can be amended and changed. Right? So there is no matter of ineffectiveness. Your tools, even if they are very efficient, still you should be able to change things in the project. Change can only happen and can only occur during this. After the monitoring and control, you move the change request, you get the approval, and then you replan, and then those things get into the main project. So things will change definitely. But as far as the use of ineffective tools is concerned, that would be again a change request. Why are you using ineffective tools? As soon as you realize that these tools are no more effective, you must decide and change it. Maybe you need a change request. You must change it.
Yes, thank you so much.
Any other question, anyone? Okay, so we are now going to be meeting on next Saturday and Sunday. Is it so? No, not sorry.
Next Sunday. Yeah,
next two
Sunday.
Sundays. Next 2 Sundays.
Yes, 2 Sundays. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So in next Sunday, we will be meeting again, and I think we have got a whole week in between. So we will be discussing 5th topic to the 8th topic, and we'll be talking a lot about agile and adaptive there, and naturally that would be much more interesting for you. So far, so good. Thank you very much for your listening to me very patiently. I don't know if I was effective or not, but you see, I enjoyed your company a lot.
Thank
So
you
do
so
we.
much. It
Thank you
was
so
an
much.
amazing session. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye-bye. See you.
Bye-bye.